happy Monday. I hope you are as excited as I am. Mostly because we can talk about Severance. We can talk about like the whole second season of Severance, and I am so excited. I'm like buzzing. It was such an I was thinking about it literally all fucking weekend. I love it. I thought it was a perfect season finale. I thought it completely gave us what we didn't even know we were missing from the series, which was, oh my god, just the like raw desires of each of the individual characters was so wonderful. Yeah. I'm glad somebody's having a good Monday. I'm here to make your Monday better. I'm gonna make it amazing. Look at my dog's here. My dog's here to make it better. I'm here to make it better. Make my Monday amazing. Oh, well, okay, that's a pretty that's an intense sell. Hold on, allow me to get as comfortable as possible. I really was like, oh my gosh, like what am I gonna wear today? What am I gonna do today? And I'm like, you're gonna wear what you wear every day and you're gonna do what you do every day. Which is to say, it's whatever. You're not gonna wear much and you're not gonna do much. And you're gonna lap it up, you're gonna love it, you're gonna live for it. That's right. That's right, my dears. My dog's here, all the dogs. This dog, that dog. I've mostly just been working on myself, and that's what I love about Severance. Because Severance is you versus you, which we saw. Yes! It's the greatest bait and switch of society. They really set up the first two seasons like it's man versus industry. They're giving us, this is man versus industry. And this is the industry. And we all went, oh, yes. Oh, yes. Industry is terrible. Industry, oh, fuck, oh. And you know what I hate? Industry. And we were all so on board with it being man versus industry. And then in the final episode, they're like, hey, guess what? It's not man versus industry. It's not you as an individual facing this Goliath of a monstrous, heaving, flaming side of my head. It's not a tiny little person versus this gigantic industry. It's you versus you. It's literally just you versus you. He said it in the first season. Every time you find yourself back here, it's because you decided to come back. It's because you decided to make it you versus you. Oh, you guys are puppy. Oh, this is why dogs are better than us, because dogs are not at war with themselves. Not like how people are. You know? She's so happy. She's so happy. Well, I mean, she's the happiest dog in the whole entire world because number one, she's the first person to get into bed. She's the one who goes, it's bedtime? I'll stake out my place. And she gets into bed and then I have to go, Val, you gotta move. Like my legs have to go somewhere and I want to sleep in the bed entirely. I don't want just like... Did you know that there's a very special kind of vampire from Southeast Asia? They just released it from Monster High. Her name is, I think, Marikit Corazon? Anyways, I cannot begin to pronounce, and moderators, you're gonna be like, what is this word? It's a type of vampire, and it's got quite a long spelling. Anyways, they're able to detach their upper bodies from their lower bodies, and I know that's exactly how my dog wishes I was able to sleep as well. She absolutely is like, just detach your upper body from your lower body and get to sleep. I can't actually, I need all of my organs, so I'm gonna keep the top and the bottom together. Good evening and greetings from Germany. Guten Tag. Guten Night. Oh yeah, so comfy. Like literally so comfy. Okay. Hold on. It's a very popular monster in Southeast Asia. The nails are so pretty, but I have to avoid the Severance spoilers. Oh, you haven't had the exquisite pleasure of being. It's Guten Nacht. Of course it is, because that's what German is. German is like, what is the most efficient way of saying these things? And I love it, and I live for it. Hello from India. Hello from India. Oh man, Severance was amazing. It's you versus you. It's always you versus you. Who's preventing you from exercising? I'm sorry. I don't mean to like come at you so hard like first thing on a Monday. I actually am here for you to like enjoy and just relax, and I'm not gonna do terrible things to you, I promise. But like, who is it really? Who is it really stopping you from exercising? It's you. It's you. I need a membership to go exercise. No, you don't, Ritus. Ritus, my love. Ritus, I don't want to be rude and to tell you to start. I want to go to the gym. Oh, we all want to go to the gym. I want to go to the gym. But I can't go to the gym. Not because I don't have the money and not because I don't have the time. Because I'm going to be sexually harassed if I go to the gym. So here's the thing. It's me versus me. And the truth is, you have a bedroom which has an maybe 5 foot by 2 foot open space. You can exercise in your room, Ritus. And the truth is, when your body is sweating, it doesn't really matter what room you're in. And you don't need a ton of equipment. You can go onto YouTube and do body weight exercises. And then you can do like a full 40-minute high intensity interval. Maybe not intense, but like, you know what we can do. And I watched my best friend, you know Dr. Friend? You guys know Dr. Friend. And I watched Dr. Friend do this. And I'll be honest with you, I love her so much. She would not be upset for me to say this out loud because it's an important facet of growing. I watched my best friend, who wasn't a doctor at the time, but she was doing the prerequisite courses to get in, to be able to apply to medical school. I watched her in the morning, wake up, move the coffee table, turn on YouTube on the TV, put on her stupid little exercise outfit, and to be honest, look like a little idiot. I love her so much. But while I was judging her, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I'd wake up a little bit later than her. I'd make my breakfast, my tea. I'd sit at the dining room table, which was across from the living room, and I'd watch her work, sweat, literally pushing herself so hard. And I was like, you look like an idiot. Look at you. You should be doing this in a gym. You should like be doing it in a gym with like your, sorry, my dog's matching my energy. I'm not actually talking to anybody in the room. And nor are you. You are barking at me, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Go over there and lay down now. I don't like it. Go lay down. And she's like, I don't know where to go. It's not even just about the cardio, Ritus. The best thing that you can do for yourself is work on your form. Nothing else really matters. It's very important to strengthen your muscles. It's equally important to increase your endurance. It's very important to work on your flexibility. But truly, all three of those things, which are like the 3 cornerstones of exercise, definitely fall apart if your form is bad. And what I've noticed, Ritus, my love, I know I'm so sorry, I sound like a broken record, but that's only because I love you so much. I want all of us to be able to do this. I feel like how the poet felt when he was describing how wonderful it was to go to Muay Thai and how, like, it was a facet of his understanding of his good friendship nature, that he's like, I'm going to try to encourage all my friends and all my people to go to Muay Thai as well. So the PTSD yoga is about realigning your body and actually allowing you to feel the proper form of what you're doing. Oh, I love it. It's just been, I've really been starting to notice a huge difference now at the end of March. So I started doing it at the beginning of February. Oh, no. At the beginning of January, right? Yeah. Because it's like Stretch dumped me and I was like, oh my God, I have so much PTSD from rejection. Just like PTSD rejection, to the point where like even small rejections feel like they're gigantic and huge and devastating. Like I'm dying devastating. And it's like, no, you're fine. A boy just dumped you. Like, you're literally fine, V. Hi, Alan. That's good. How are you doing, Alan? Every day I want to wear the sweater, and every day I'm like, oh, I'm tangled up in my sweater. How to cure depression. It's not a cure. This isn't a video game where you can take a potion and then your status is different. The only way that you can get better is if you, and I know this sounds kind of silly, but you pendulate back and forth in and out of whatever you're doing. So like you're depressed. Depression is basically just like a really, really devastating stagnation. If this is gonna sound terrible, but to get yourself out of depression, you need to try to make yourself feel a little bit better and a little bit worse. The way that you'll feel no longer depressed, truly, is you're gonna have to force yourself to try to feel just a little bit better, and then with the same amount of effort, at a different time, a little bit worse. Yeah, part of my like overcoming depression was recognizing the devastation of nostalgia. Yeah. Isatarmar says, why is it a little worse? Why is the a little worse more important? Because a lot of people believe that like getting out of depression just means focusing on making yourself feel better. Make sure you're always feeling better. That's how you're gonna get better, is by feeling better. That's wrong. That's not true. That's why it's not working. You can't just focus on trying to get better. You actually have to focus on what's wrong. And by focusing on what's wrong, it's gonna make you feel wrong. This is something that Lindsay Gibson, PhD, who was recently just interviewed, I think, by the New York Times, maybe? She was recently talking about her book, Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents, and she describes the most important facet, I think, of getting out of depression. It's what she describes as positive disintegration. She's putting a very kind and clinical spin on having a huge emotional fucking breakdown. Positive disintegration. It sounds so clinical. It sounds so, a positive disintegration. Why, I do believe my bowels had some positive disintegration over the weekend and I feel flushed out. Like it could be basically whatever, but what it's actually describing is when you recognize that your parents were terrible, that your family let you down, that you had a bad life, that terrible things were done to you, that you're actually one of those broken people. Yeah, in the season finale of Severance, season 2, we watched Innie Mark go through positive disintegration. We saw it happen basically in the moment that Outie Mark said the name Helene. As soon as he said Helene, Innie Mark had a positive disintegration. The relationship that he thought he had with his Outie self evaporated. It's gone. It doesn't actually exist. And that can be really devastating for a lot of people. When Helly discovered that she had no relationship to her Outie, that her Outie didn't even consider her a person, her positive disintegration led her to try to hang herself in the elevator, which is actually what happens, unfortunately, to many, many people when they have that. They don't recognize it as positive disintegration. They see it as like a full personal disintegration because that's what it is. It's the crumbling of the social structures, it's crumbling of the emotional foundation, and it is the crumbling of, and the most painful part of this, it is the crumbling of your vision of yourself. A lot of us have kept ourselves going because we tell ourselves, I'm part of something bigger. I'm part of something more important. All of my suffering is because it's benefiting somebody else. And positive disintegration is recognizing that no, your suffering is not benefiting anybody else. Your suffering had no purpose, your suffering had no point, and it was done because another person didn't want to take responsibility of their own shortcomings, and they literally took it out on you. They objectified you like a punching bag, like an innie at work. And that's poker. Wait, what's poker? Positive disintegration? Oh gee, the doggo loves the ball. We're gonna play fetch for the next 4 hours. You ready? You guys should be gifting me a sub every time I throw the ball. Just to be fair. Just to even it out. You're at 20. Amen. Oh shit, I just realized. There's a parallel moment with Helena and Mark at the restaurant when Helena said Gemma's name wrong. Exactly. Mark was so deeply offended. Mark was so deeply offended that Helena could be so fucking rude to get Gemma's name wrong. Because the truth is, you didn't have to say anything. You didn't have to say anything. And Mark did the exact same thing, exactly. Because he's lacking empathy. He's lacking like the most important and the deepest part of empathy, which is separating your own feelings and putting yourself in somebody else's shoes entirely. Viewing them as a special, individual, unique person with their own perspective, with their own wants and desires. The only way, says Calvin, to know if you're in good standing with yourself is if you get out of your comfort zone. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes, 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 yes. But that's also incredibly dangerous because the truth is, for deeply traumatized individuals, if you pull them out of their comfort zone, they're going to be re-traumatized. So it's a very delicate balance of, yeah, go ahead, be brave, throw yourself headlong into this situation, but also, are you actually ready to do this? And many of us will be like, no, I'll never be ready. I'll never be ready. I'll never be ready. And that's a very important thing that, like, you tell yourself. We want to keep ourselves safe. That's something that we developed very early because, like, babies want to die. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. Babies want to die. Babies see other kids moving about, going through life, running headlong into brand new situations, and baby goes, yes, that's for me. And then the baby just goes also straight into danger. My doctor friend has 2 sons. Her older son, oh my God, I can't even begin to understand how old her older son is. I'm terrified to imagine that he might be approaching even 5 or perhaps 6 years old. Impossible. He was just born yesterday. But she also has like a tiny little baby who's like just under 1. Oh, babies. Oh, the babies. Anyways, the younger baby is just going places. He is just going places. I am so glad that my friends have babies. And I am so glad that I don't have a baby. I am so glad that I don't have a baby. I am going through all of my own trauma. It's really crazy. The like, is it the I'm getting the Bader-Meinhof effect and the Dunning-Kruger effect. And there's like another, what's the effect called when you're on a bus and all of a sudden you notice buses everywhere? The last guy that I dated, it felt kind of rude as he said it. He kind of condescendingly, to be honest, said that, oh, V, whatever book you're reading, you sort of apply that to everything in your life, don't you? And I'm very glad, in the moment responded, yes, when I learn, I use my knowledge to become more intelligent. I was just like, what are you describing right now? Like, I don't really understand what you're saying to me. But I absolutely do. I'll read a book and then all of a sudden I'll notice it everywhere. I'll be like, oh, gross. Oh, that was very gross. I'll be like, this is true here, and that's true there, and this is true here, and that's true there. I think that just shows an interconnectivity of my neural network, which makes me feel intelligent. He definitely brought it up as if I was doing something wrong, and like, he was pointing out that I needed to correct myself. The Bader-Meinhof is the frequency illusion. Oh, so okay, neat. Okay, good. So, like, I read a book about narcissism and narcissists, and I was like, oh, I can definitely see narcissism all over the place. I don't think that means that I'm seeing it everywhere. I think it just means that I'm noticing something I didn't have a name for before. So with Severance, you watch Severance, and then you're like, oh, I'm noticing, like, the themes of Severance everywhere. Well, yeah, because at the core of Severance is trauma. We're talking about how do individuals deal with trauma, and what types of trauma are individuals dealing with. There's the like acute trauma of losing a loved one. Even if you lived a happy, normal life, like Mark and his sister seem to have, you can still find yourself deeply traumatized by the loss of a best friend or a lover or a close family member. That's traumatizing. It is a pain and a suffering that you cannot escape. And it damages you in a way that you truly may never recover from, which, like, that's devastating, truly. Happy Monday, yeah. But getting to feel safe, getting to let yourself think, make these connections, getting over trauma. The other types of trauma that I think Severance is dealing with, the trauma of, like, traumatic upbringings that we see Helena dealing with. she's obviously being severely abused by her father. He's just terrible in every way and hurting her in so many really, really gross, vile ways. And then this one's kind of a difficult one for a lot of people to accept. But I think Dylan in Severance shows the sort of creeping, subtle trauma of just getting older, of just growing and realizing that you're not going to get the things that you need in life. And you're not going to be able to give the things that your partners need in life. And how do you handle that? How do you handle it? It was so beautiful. It was so wonderful to hear Dylan's letter to himself. Because I think a lot of us, we were first introduced to Outie Dylan at the beginning of this season. And a lot of us felt like, oh my God, I love him. I love him, I love him, I love him, I love him. And we can see how he's broken, because we're broken in the same way, where it's like, how do you get excited about going to work? Like, how do you get excited about going to work? How do you get excited about selling doors? How do you get excited about spreadsheets? And what feels really fucking awful is that as a human being in 2025, if you can't convincingly lie in front of your bosses that you are excited for this sort of life-sucking, menial waste of your time, to be honest, so that you can earn a modicum of money to barely keep yourself hanging on, to keep serving, like, apparently something's wrong with you. Apparently you're broken. That, like, we see there's nothing wrong with Dylan. Dylan is one of the healthiest, most well-adjusted innies. He's got a cute interest in his own feelings. He's got a lot of, like, joy in his own accomplishments. He's motivated. He's a good person. Like, we love Innie Dylan. And then seeing that him on the outside was really similar, but just plus time. And then, oh my God. Oh my God, I was screaming. So I had a really close streamer friend, and he told me, he was the first one to tell me that he really felt how easily, in his experience, women would say incredibly devastatingly hurtful things so casually. And when Gretchen, that's how you have to say her name from now on every time. It's Gretchen, and then Gretchen! When Gretchen said to Dylan, he reminds me of you when you were younger. I wanted to slap her. I thought, you rotten bitch. You rancid, rotten bitch. It does not matter how emotionally vulnerable you are. It doesn't matter if you're stressed out or if you're, I don't know, I can't even, you never say to your partner, I wish you were the way you were before. I wish you were like you were younger. I miss the young you. Oh my God. I really was like, whoa, Dylan has he's gonna kill her. He's gonna strangle her to death in front of their beautiful multiracial children. But he didn't. He was a more mature and thoughtful person than I was in that moment, who just saw red and anger and was like, how could you? How could you? Holy shit, I have no idea the context of all of this, but Jesus, that's a horrid thing to say. It is one of the most, if you want to go down in the annals of history to any person in your life as a nasty, awful, unforgivable individual, look them straight in the eye and say, I wish you were how you were younger. And guess who else said that? Guess who else said those exact fucking words? James Egan to Helly. He said the exact same disgusting, vile, abusive thing. I saw Kier in Helena when she was young, but now, it's gone. Now it's gone. Oh, now it's gone. But now you, Helly, it's like you're young again. It's like you're young, Helly. What feels so terrible about hearing that is that quite often, what it feels like, especially in between James and Helly, is that what they're saying is, I've ruined you, And I wish that you had stayed perfect while I wrecked you. Like, not only are you ruined, but I wish that you had stayed, but like, you should have thrived under my torture. And not only are you useless and wrecked now, and not only did I do it to you, but it's your fault. It's just this like triple whammy of inescapable shame and agony. Oh my god. He does sound like Voldemort. I wish you'd take them raw. It's like not even breath wants to be in his body. He's such a disgusting, repulsive person. Not even the air in the room wants to get that close to him. Oh, I hate it. I know. Oh, I know. Val, did you get your ball? Did you get it? You're so close. You're so close. Get your ball. She's been working real hard. Helly was never cruel. That's very true. Helly is not cruel. But Helly also, you guys need to recognize this as well. Helly also has no sympathy for people who have no sympathy for her. Which is why I think... Like, she's not cruel, but she's also, she smiled. She smiled at Gemma when she realized that Mark was choosing her, that any Mark was going to choose her, and that any Mark was choosing himself. She's just like, she's sorry, but she's not, because she's like, you would do the same thing. You would do the same thing in my position. Ugh. I was so mad I tossed a bowl of candies. That actor, he's amazing. He's doing a really great job because you could hear the sort of like delicate, kind way he said the word candies, and all of a sudden you realize it's like, this man cares more about a bowl of fucking candy than he does the actual living, breathing human beings that he's trapped in fucking hell. It is astounding. And yeah, I feel like the only reason that Helly didn't start stabbing his fucking eyes out is because she knew that it was important to Mark to get Gemma out and to find that hallway. And that she was like, if I go nuts and I start stabbing this fucker's oculus into oblivion, it's gonna be a lot harder to get Gemma out of here. A lot harder to get to Miss Casey. How was your weekend? It was so good. I had a big, long, sexy, intimate weekend. Just romancing. Irving said that line and Helly was never cruel. But also die to save some Audi that doesn't give a fuck about you guys? Yeah, I don't think so. You should be doing acting too. I have my second on-film acting class tonight. I'm so excited. I was working on the script this weekend. I think it's gonna be really good. I feel like the director of the class, the teacher, picked a really, really good scene for me. The basic premise is that I'm Megara from Hercules. So the scene is I'm going into a bookshop, and this guy has no idea that I've picked him to fall in love with me, and I just appear to be like, I'm just some random girl just buying some random book, and oh, what's that? You're asking me out on a date? Oh, no, I'm single, and I'm really happy to be single. Just like dangling myself in front of him. I'm very excited for my class tonight. I was working on like going through the whole script yesterday. I spent a few hours, well, more than a few hours working on it yesterday, and then a couple hours this morning working on it, and oh, I'm very excited. Yeah, my dream is to like get to be on a TV show like Severance, where people get to talk about how it relates to their lives and also makes them feel like, oh, I totally get these characters, and I would totally behave that way, or I wouldn't behave that way. It's so exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. I love my class. I like the scene a lot. I was thinking about, so like this girl, oh hey, welcome back for 3 months, on a 3-month streak. I was thinking about how this girl is like wearing a mask. And so she's got like the mask on, but then there have to be moments in the scene where the mask slips a little bit. because she's like a girl playing another girl. And if you're, not everyone is like a perfect actor. You're supposed to be going, sort of acting kind of like an imperfect actor. Anyways, yeah, I was going, oh, I did it, and it came right back. I was going through it, and I was working through all the, like, yeah, this is when she's like, oh yeah, I'm totally tricking him, and I'm totally tricking him. And then there's like a little part where he's asking her more and more questions, and she kind of realizes, like, is he actually, like, is he being serious right now? He actually cares about these things. He would be asking anybody these questions, not just me. And then she's kind of like, oh, okay, maybe I can let my guard down a little bit. And then she lets her guard down a little bit, and then it goes right back up again. And then it goes right back up again because she realizes, right, I'm here for a purpose. I'm not just, like, here to get to know him. I'm here to get something from him. And if I'm going to get something from him, then I gotta stay focused. Gotta stay focused on getting it from him. Hi, pup. Can we take a break from playing fetch for, like, 10 seconds? Can you go lay down? Go. Lay down. That's a good dog. She went to the couch. That's good. Oh, she came back. She heard me say that was good, and she came right back. And she gave me the ball. She's just like, oh, yeah, I did great. Okay, good. Let's keep going with fetch then. Ew. Oh, Val is so dirty. Ew. Oh, ball's so dirty. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. Gross, gross, gross. Oh, Val. Val, come on. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Okay. And then let's talk about the greatest exit that any actor has ever taken in a television production to date. Mr. Milchick hands Dylan the letter from his Audi, his response to his request of employment termination. He hands... He hands him the letter. He makes, like, intimate eye contact and explains, hey, your Audi wrote this letter for you. And due to the emotional nature, I forget the exact words, but due to the emotional nature of it, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you while you absorb it privately. And then he takes that perfect Milchick, this man, Tremel. Tremel Tillman is so freaking hot. I actually made him my phone background. I have no shame. He is gorgeous and an amazing actor. He takes the beat, he looks Dylan in the eye, and then he sprints as I am duly swamped. Oh my god, I just love it. I love the way that he speaks. It's so wonderful. Holy shit. And then he just sprints out of the room. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. It's so shocking. He moves so fast. Yes, and yeah, Dashing was like, wait a minute, I don't think that was planned. Dashing felt it. He was like, that was not planned. And he was right. Ben Stiller in the podcast afterwards said that, like, Milchick is just supposed to exit. Like, he's supposed to deliver the line, and then he's supposed to exit. And Tremel Tillman was like, get you just surprised, guess how I'm gonna exit. Because once they have the, I mean, as an actor, you are really allowed, and they do multiple, this is why, as an actor, you do multiple shots. They want you. They're like, you get to characterize your body. So acting has a bunch of different parts involved in it. This is one of the greatest parts about it. I remember in theater school, our teachers telling us about all these different parts of acting, and me just being like, wait a minute. We have to do all these different things all at once. And the teachers were like, yes, that's what good acting is. It's literally juggling all these balls all at once. So a big part of acting is, number one, just breathing. You will probably recognize the feeling of someone turning a camera on you and telling you, okay, talk. The first thing that you lose is your ability to breathe. Your body just is like, breathing is the last thing that we need to be focused on right now. So good actors spend a sort of disgusting amount of time just practicing breathing. And practicing breathing in situations that feel really, really weird, really, really gross, really, really terrifying. because you need to be able to breathe, because basically all of acting is just breathing and feeling, and then the hardest part is talking on top of that. You have to be feeling the feelings, you have to be breathing your breath, and you have to be talking on top of that, and then in the talking, you need to be doing something to your scene partner. You can't just be saying the words out loud, because we've seen a lot of that, and that's often called wooden or flat or like blocky acting. We see the actor, they're on screen, they're breathing. Okay, good, they're breathing. That's awesome. They're speaking, they're saying the lines, but they're not doing anything to their partners. Kal-El, no. She said the line, there it is. But did that line actually do anything? No, you can hear how hollow it rings. She doesn't have the perspective of, she's speaking to somebody who's very powerful, but she's equally powerful. So how do two powerful people speak to each other? How do you tell another powerful person, like, what is the dynamic between you? And there was very little dynamic in that. Kal-El, no. I don't even know what movie that's from. Is that from Batman versus Superman? Never watched it. But I saw it in a clip montage. Some of her other acting, sometimes it's not bad. Am I being too polite? I don't know. That's allowed. Some of her acting isn't terrible. Sometimes she says lines and I go, I can feel something. I can tell she's feeling something. I can tell she's feeling something. I'm not feeling anything. I don't feel a thing. But she is. Good for her. That's part of acting, I think. But that Kal-El, no. Kal-El, no. I mean, like, that wouldn't even get my dog to drop something from her mouth. And I have way more power than she... Wait a minute, what? What's with all these awoogas all of a sudden? Y'all are stupid and not paying attention? I've been this sexy the whole stream. Anyways. And knowing what to do with your hands. That's why I have this big mug, so I don't ever have to worry about that. Yeah. Good. That line was so bad. Him leaving, that works in many ways. One, for being really actually busy with the Cold Harbor celebration, and then also being a little bit afraid of Dylan. Yeah, remember Dylan bit him? Oh, that beautiful. I mean, I guarantee you that white turtleneck was like Angora or something, and I don't know if you can get blood out of that. I really don't. I also love, I just put it together, the Shining reference. I love a good Shining reference. The klaxons are going off. It's all like shining bright red and really intensely, and he's trapped in the bathroom. If you know anything about Stanley Kubrick, it's that important scenes happen in the bathroom. And it's one of the like greatest horror movie tropes. The fucking second a character goes into the bathroom in any sort of like thriller or horror setting, you're like, this is a Shining, this is a Stanley Kubrick, we're Stanley Kubricking, we're substancing. It's substance time. This guy says Gal Gadot is the best actress of our generation. I think this guy's a Zionist and we're gonna ban him for that. I love all my brothers and sisters who are Jewish. Prince of Egypt is my jam. No Zionism though, Free Palestine. Free Palestine, stop bombing hospitals, you fucks. I see you're going for a divine goddess of beauty and fertility look. Yeah, yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yep, you nailed it. Definitely not just going for ass out, titties pumping for the boys every day. Not that, definitely not that. I have such a hard time remembering names in TV shows. I can't wait for season 3. That's interesting. I wonder why that is. I used to have a really, really difficult time with names as well, and now that I've been working on my like CPTSD and like meditating, doing some yoga, it's been getting a lot easier. Even names like, is it racist for me to say foreign names? I don't like the word foreign. It always makes me feel like I'm doing a racism by just being like, foreign names. I don't mean it like that. I mean, any name that's like not an English name, I often feel, oh no, I'm worried that I'm gonna pronounce it wrong because I only know how to speak English, but I know how to say names in other languages as well. I've watched so much anime. And using Sirius by Alan Parsons Project for the celebration is a total Ben Stiller movie. Oh my god, I loved it. I loved it. Oh, Drumline is one of the best movies ever made. You guys, drumline. 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 If you haven't seen, I know a lot of you haven't seen Drumline, and I know that Nick Cannon is not, like, currently a cool dude, because he's getting real weird. But when he was young, oh no, I just did that thing that I'm not supposed to do. That makes me an asshole. But Drumline, Drumline. I'm also so happy, I felt this as well, that I was like, I do think that Milchick is asserting his blackness by leading the Drumline. Because these are historically and proudly black institutions where the idea of like marching bands like seemed pretty fucking white, and then people of color, Americans transformed it into a new and a much better and a much more like truly celebratory version of a marching band. It was fucking amazing. I loved it. I also do just love the racial, but also the racial implications. That Lumen is like, oh yeah, we have a ton of black employees. We make them dance and play music for us. Is like, okay, you're gonna make us dance and play music for you? Well, you need to recognize where this music originally came from. These were warriors' drums. Having a marching band, they were the army's marching band. They unwittingly created within themselves a sort of like capsule culture, thinking that they were like, yeah, sing and dance for us black people. And they were very quickly able to recognize like, yeah, they are just making us sing and dance for them. But we are so much more than that. They organized us, and we are a society. They give us half a life and they think we won't fight for it? Oh, I love you so much, Ellie. I love you so much, Ellie. Ugh. My girlfriend and I just mutually ended our relationship. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Would you rather be stuck on an empty barren island or in a forest? Oh, put me in the forest. I love the forest. It's actually so funny. When we went to TwitchCon last year, I had a terrible time. My moderators could just like see me, just like the stress sort of like spinning like a tornado above my head. And then we went to a park. We went to a park, and the minute we like stepped into the trees, it was like I had taken like 17 vodka shots at once. I was very relaxed and happy all of a sudden. Milchick is gonna be so happy when he finds out the big guy was killed. I was shouting, shoot him! My favorite part of Mr. Drummond's death is that Innie Mark did not kill him, and Outie Mark did not kill him. Severance killed Drummond. Lumen killed Mr. Drummond. Lumen invented severance, and the severance procedure and the severing of a person is what killed him. It wasn't Mark. Neither Mark made the decision to pull that trigger. But the severance process takes away your ability to make decisions and kills a man. Oh, I thought that was very well done. Drumline is a black classic. It's a classic, but I feel terrible that we do need to qualify it as a black classic, because if you say a classic, people are going to be like, wait a minute, what? It's just like teenagers and they're hitting drums, and this doesn't make me feel good to be a white person. And it's like, yes, it's good. It's what we were talking about, that positive disintegration. I read that it was USC's, but it's possible. Yeah, they were amazing. Sorry for the bad time, but obligatory. You have such you're just so gorgeous, my queen. Thank you, Tasty. Do you think Milchick got his start in cheer and merriment? He got straight into it. I think Mr. Milchick was so severely abused in his life that when this is so painful to say because it's so familiar, that when he found an environment like Lumen with really like definitive boundaries and really like tight confined rules, it made him feel good in his purpose, and it also reinforced a type of like generational trauma that a lot of us will step into without recognizing it. I think it's wonderful to watch him wake up to like, what do I like about being here, and truly what do I hate about being here. There's animals in the forest. I love a good forest. The ocean is cool, and we came from the ocean, and that's good. But the ocean is particularly hostile to us now. Yeah. The whole "you're too verbose" statements directed towards Milchick is so sus, because every other higher up is even more verbose than stuff. It's racism. It is racism. It is, you need to recognize that you are below us, that you are here to work for Lumen, that you are not Lumen. And they did it so perfectly with the writing, where they said, you used too many big words and you had a calamitous ortbo. I've been repeating calamitous ortbo to myself over and over and over again as a mantra to remind myself that it doesn't fucking matter what other people think. It doesn't fucking matter what other people think. Because you can literally do everything. You can, what do they say in Star Trek? You can make all the right moves and still fail, and that's not weakness. That is life. And Lumen is really into this idea that your failures must be punished, because that's not life. Lumen has this idea that true life is like this like perfect example of, unemotional existence. It's terrifying. I love my tempers. We need our tempers. Oh, can we talk about Emil? Emil, thanks you. I was also, there's so much good writing in this TV show, which is elevated to truly high art, which means that it writes itself in your bone marrow. Emil, thanks you. Makes me feel so fucking good. And it shows how wrong Lumen is about everything they think they know. Because severance does not take away your humanity. It truly just amplifies it. Which is terrifying, because unfortunately then the implication is that society removes your humanity. You become less of a human the longer you're in society. And once we remove society from the human, they're able to be their most authentic selves again. But Gwendolyn Christie and the goat and Emil was so beautiful. Also her scream. I need her to scream. I need it. I need it. I need it. I need to hear her scream. I need to hear her scream so that I know how to scream. I need women on television to scream, to give up their lives in a scream. It's keening. It's howling. The way that she threw not just her body, but her soul and her breath. I think it is it's giving me chills just to talk about it. I think it shows how different she is, how all the severed people are from Jane Egan, from the higher ups, who again speak in these very controlled tones, a sort of breathless way. Not even the air in the room wants me. And then the innies are there screaming at the top of their lungs, feeling their bodies, feeling themselves, not being like compartmentalized by, well, this isn't done in this situation and that's not done in that situation. And in what world would you throw yourself, your life, in the path of a goat? And that's not a bad thing. It's really something that like is frowned upon in society. Would you really throw your life away for a goat? We would want to frame it as something so pathetic and something so worthless. It's just a goat. It's just a goat. We slaughter millions of them every day for food. We breed them for milk. We separate them from their young. We do it without even thinking every single day. But then, it's actually really important for us as human beings to recognize that at a certain point, that goat isn't just something that you throw away isn't just something that you give up. That's right, Abdulaziz. Oh, you're so late. I've been streaming for almost an entire hour. Beautifully, sexily, intelligently. And you have just started gifting subs? Oh no. Should I punish him? Should I punish him for his slovenly existence? It could be for his benefit. But I digress. I think it's important. I think this sounds crazy, but I think it's very, very important for each and every one of us to find that something that we could overlook, and then think about, who would I have to be? Where would I have to go? And how would I have to live to really give up my life for that? Because it sounds really nuts. But I also think it's the most important thing in the entire world. I'll see you at the equator. I'll see you at the coming together of two hemispheres. Such good writing. Abdulaziz says, I'm under your feet. Oh no, you will. You'd have to gift a lot more subs to get under my feet. That would require like 100 gifted subs. Yeah. To start. Would you rather fight 3? What's a can? Or 3 rats? What does K-A-N? And I'm not wearing my glasses, but I think I can read that from here. What's a can? Oh! Would I rather fight 3 kangaroos or 30 rats? Holy Christ on a unicycle! You guys, I couldn't fight 1 kangaroo. Have you seen how muscular kangaroos are? How long and sharp their claws are? They also have 5 fucking appendages. The 5th of which is like way stronger than any of my appendages. So like, no thank you. I'm never gonna fight a kangaroo ever in a million years. No way, Jose. I would fight the rats if I'm allowed to. If I can have a baseball bat, Doc Marten boots, and like a pair of metal greaves. Wait, do people not realize how dangerous and deadly kangaroos are? I'm gonna be really honest with you, Showtime Tyler. No me gusta. I think that almost 100% of people do not recognize how dangerous every single animal is. Every single animal. People don't recognize how dangerous water is. Water in all of its forms. Water in the air in the form of fog. Water in the liquid state. You can drown. People drown very quickly, very easily. It literally just happens all the time without you even realizing it. It's not something you plan on doing. Frozen water, black ice, and bridges, which are like ice and water magnets. Bridges are wild, crazy, fucking dangerous. They're usually colder and windier than the surrounding roads, which is a perfect place for moisture to be drawn into by the winds and then frozen again by the winds. Animals are so dangerous. It is terrifying. I watched a very, very stupid fucking clip of the most idiotic women you've ever seen, and they're petting a wild hog. Like, they have a special name. They start with P. Not pickaninnies, not porcupines, but they're a special type of pig. They have like a P name. They have horns. They have like tusks. And this woman is like petting one of these fucking pigs. And it just like, sort of shakes its head a little bit like that. And its tusk goes deep into her thigh and she's just bleeding out. Just like immediately, just like blood, like a huge puddle of blood on the ground. Yeah, it's like a warthog. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. And like, it wasn't even attacking her. It just like shook its head a little bit and it has these like gigantic, so people will see wild animals and they'll go, oh my God, this is so special. And then the wild animal will behave very calm. And for whatever reason, people will be, I guess it's because of television and movies, they'll suddenly think that if the animal is being calm, it's like a movie or a TV show, and the animal and I are having a moment. And it's like, no, the animal is not being calm, and you are not having a moment. The animal is sizing you up to get something from you, and you have nothing that you want to give up to that animal, trust me. You're not gonna get anything from this animal. The animal is only looking to take things from you. And you should treat that animal like it is going to hurt you to get something from you, because it will. You're not Hiccup, and this is not Toothless. Yeah. Yeah, people really don't respect nature. They really don't. But then it happens so often that like people don't really go out into nature that often. Yeah, but fighting 30 rats without a weapon is impossible. I mean, I have my Doc Marten boots on, so my legs are... And like, yeah, those rats are gonna fucking bite me, and I'm gonna stomp them. I'm gonna stomp them real hard. Like, it doesn't take more than one stomp to get a rat. But it would take more than like 10,000 bites, I think, for the rats to get me. So I'm pretty sure I could stomp it faster than it can get me. I don't know, though. I'm also just like really grateful that I don't actually have to fight any of these animals, and I never have to answer these questions. And to be honest, moderators, we're probably just gonna end up deleting these comments in the future that are just like, would you rather fight this animal or that animal? I think it's okay. It's just always gonna turn into like the same conversation over and over and over again, which is like, what about like you fighting nature? And I have no desire to fight nature, and nature has no desire to fight me. There's no situation where a bunch of animals are going to organize and attack me in this way. So yeah. And that person's like, oh my god, but like doing that is so crazy. Okay, move on. That's really the other thing. I think that everything is just because you're a disgusting, pathetic loser. This is your disgusting, pathetic attempt at trying to create some sort of like erotic scenario that you can jerk off to, where like a woman is being attacked and then fighting for her life, and you're like, oh yeah, I can't wait to jerk off to that because I am so viciously disconnected from any regular human emotion. It's sad. It's really sad. How so many people really pride themselves on being disconnected from authentic human emotion, and then don't see how that is isolating them. They're like, oh yeah, I don't give a fuck about anyone, but why does nobody give a fuck about me? Why does nobody want to date me? It's like, oh, I mean, maybe because of what you said earlier? No? It's the women's fault? Right, women are all just shallow gold diggers. Yes, that's definitely what the problem is, for sure. We didn't create a society where money is king. Women are just gold diggers, of course. It's time for our first break of the stream. Yeah, it's time to stretch. Stretch. Maybe I'll turn on this little heater. Actually, I'll have to move it if I'm going to turn it on, so maybe I won't then. Anyways, stick around. BRB. We'll be back. Da-da-da-da-da. Hello again, I'm back. Oh yeah, wow, Severance was amazing. I'm so excited that everyone's really, really enjoyed it. And I mean, who knows when we'll get more of it. It's so difficult to like work on not rushing it. Like, it takes time to make something good. You want to like work out ideas. It just, oh yes. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. I'm so excited for more. I really, let me do this like this. I really, really want more. But what I'm actually, well, I think what we can like count on is that people are gonna notice this, okay? And by like people, I mean the important people. Like the important people who are, for whatever fucking reason, the only ones who seem to be like in charge of making any decisions in the big wide world. Everything is about making money. Like everything is about just like, how much money can we make? How can we make more of it? How can we always be making more money? And what's great for TV shows like Severance is that people notice how much money it's making. And then they go, oh good, how can we get on board with that? And there's a very real possibility that more TV shows with the, I don't know, I mean, I'm kind of just using a lot of words to beat around the bush to say there's going to be copycat Severances. There's going to be, like, the other big streaming networks are going to notice how popular this is, and they're going to want to have their own type of, I mean, HBO did it with Game of Thrones. I guess they started, HBO was the one who did it, really. They started with Sopranos and 6 Feet Under, and then they, like, really, like, took it up a notch with Game of Thrones. And now Apple's been able to do this with Severance, and so the other TV streamers hopefully will see the thought and the care and the dedication put into Severance and be like, let's try to copy this. And then we just get more good television. Bonjour from Montreal. Enjoy marvelously mindful, mellow, marmalade motivation Monday vibrations, and a birthday shout out to all the Aries folks who are enjoying their season. Let's go! The real Anthony C says, I saw a tweet from Popcrave. It didn't verify, so you can double check it. Okay. But Apple TV is reportedly losing $1 billion a year doing their streaming. Yes, I also heard about this. And there was a really, really wonderful explanation in the comments as to why Apple is losing $1 billion a year. You also need to recognize that that doesn't really matter to them, which is a crazy thing to say about $1 billion, but they can afford to lose it because their plan that they have no choice to go forward with is to spend and to like literally just spend $1 billion a year to maintain the streaming platform so that in time it will become profitable. They cannot become profitable right now. They don't have anything to profit off of. The other big streaming services either had a large catalog to draw on, like Paramount and Amazon, where they're like, oh, we have all of the movies made for the past 100 years, and they're licensed to us to distribute them. Well, they snapped up all of those previous IPs, and so Apple was like, oh my god, we can't, there's nothing left for us to buy, really. And so they had to decide, well, if there's nothing that we can use that's already been cultivated, then we're gonna have to cultivate it ourselves, and we're going to have to lose money on that cultivation. Like, all of my farmer bros in chat understand that it is not a money-making venture off the go. It started with I mean, where does this conversation go? Like, where does it really? Because what was the Dick Van Dyke Show, I would argue, could be like the first really huge, big one. And then there was Sonny and Cher. There's like all these TV shows that really, but I guess you're saying lost insofar as like the long mysteries TV show. Oh no, hold on. Fantastic Island? what was that one? It was set in the like 60s or 70s, and The Simpsons did a really good job of parodying it. If you tried to escape the island, like a gigantic, big white bubble came and absorbed you, and it got Hans Moleman. Yeah. Twin Peaks? I mean, yeah, Twin Peaks. You guys, if you're... You guys, if you keep talking about my feet, your comment is just going to be banned. I love that this guy's like, but I mean, we can see her feet. Go ahead, you can ban all these people. You can also see my eyes. You can also see my ears. You can see my cheeks. You can see my knees, my legs. And I don't know. You can see my breasts. Yeah. It's crazy. Poor Hans Moleman getting caught by the fucking bubble. Yeah. Was that called Fantastic Island? Yeah. Yo, these ears though, exactly, right? It's just like, and again, nobody has any problem with you being sexually attracted to my feet. Each and every one of us is entitled to never having to know that you are jerking off to my feet, and that's it. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting here fucking wiggling my feet in the camera. It does not entitle you to force every other person watching the stream to know what you're doing. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. You can't actually go into a court of law and say, of course I had to strangle her and murder her to death. She was just looking so good with her feet out there. The police, no one's gonna be like, oh yeah, you're totally justified because you saw her feet. Just relax. Oh, the show that you're thinking of is The Lost World? Is that what it was called? Yeah, Fantastic Island was something else entirely. The Lost World was the TV show? I've only seen it referenced in pop culture. Yeah. Yeah. I do love pop culture. Yeah. I just hope that everyone's doing well. Are those baguettes? Are those Band-Aids? I was like, oh, he's giving us baguettes. Yay! Hans Moleman is one of my favorite characters. I'm 32 years old. Hello? I need your largest seed bell. No, that's too large. I heard that for the first time as a child, and I saw the face of God. I knew that I would be laughing about that every day of my life until I died. And I still do. I need your largest seed bell. No, that's too large. It's so stupid. Yeah. Hans Moleman is awesome. Let's not forget Ralph. R-A-L-P-H, spelled with a P-H, because he's got pretty hips and thighs. Ralph is a really interesting character. I feel kind of bad for Ralph. Because when you go back and you watch old episodes of The Simpsons, Ralph is not lobotomized. He's not. And then it feels kind of sad and weird to watch Ralph become lobotomized, like slowly over time. But then that happens, it's the Flanderization. It happens and is named after the very character in that very TV show. It's impossible to kind of get away from it, yeah. Man getting hit in the groin by football. He got hit in the groin. You call it a knife. This is a knife, and then fall down because it's very heavy. What? I think you're getting I think you're combining a couple different skits. Oh, they did a stupid thing with Martin's character. They did an episode where Martin's an undercover agent and is actually in his late 30s and has a family that just looks and sounds like a kid. Oh my god. That doesn't make any sense. That's not a very good. If Martin was an undercover police officer, he did the worst job of assimilating himself into the other children. Martin has been so universally ostracized by all the other children, even ostracized from Lisa. who you would think would be, I mean, they basically occupy the exact same role in, oh my god, that's so funny and so weird. Wait, and yeah, Martin's in Lisa's class, or is Martin in Bart's class? I can't even remember. No, Martin's in Lisa's class. Fuck, actually, now I can't remember at all. Oh, man. Oh, Martin's in Bart's class. Okay, yes. And that's why, I mean, Martin and Lisa sometimes get along. Like, they were in that, when Bart sees the comet, they were in that group together. But even then, Lisa alienated herself from the group. She didn't have a nickname. She's just Lisa. Email, mousepad. I have no idea what I'm seeing in the mod room right now. Such an incredible combination of words that I can't begin to apply context to them. What is this? Oh, the one thing that always gets me laughing is not from The Simpsons. It's the nun pizza with the left beef meme. Okay. Oh, it's just on a ban request. Oh, I thought it was something real. How are you today? I'm good. Sorry, I'm having a great day. It's really, really good. I had a beautiful weekend. I had so much fun this weekend. Oh, yeah, it's wonderful. It's not warm. It's like, it's 4 degrees outside and cold. It snowed last night. It snowed last night. It was like 4 a.m. and everybody who was up at 4 a.m. was like, oh, fuck, it's snowing. And the truth is, it's probably going to be like cold and rainy and maybe even a little bit snowy, even for the next 4 weeks. But, you know what's crazy? Just recently, it has really felt like spring, though. I went for a walk yesterday with my dog. I mean, I go for a walk every day with my dog, but I went for like one of those big, you know, like you put on all your stuff and you put on your super comfy shoes and you put on your hat because you have big ears like me and you know that your ears are gonna get cold if you don't. And then I went out for like one of those big long, because it was so sunny and so fucking beautiful. And I'm really, really lucky that I live in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, where we had a big elbows up rally. I have a feeling that there's probably going to be like weekly weekend rallies against this idea of Canada becoming the 51st state until the Americans start doing something about it, until the Americans are like, you need to stop saying this. Like, you need to stop talking about this. This is never going to happen. We're done talking about this. The Americans are really the ones who need to put their foot down because the Canadians are putting their hands up. Like, we're just partying. It's great. Put your hands up, Canada. It's so fun to watch everybody. It's so fun. People with the signs. People's signs are so funny. Elbows up. Yeah. The adorable little cartoon. The adorable little commercial that Mike Myers and our new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, made. Carney's kind of fucking funny. So our new the way that Canada works is that our Prime Minister is not a person that we elect as Canadians. In Canada, you affiliate with a political party, and then your political party that you are affiliated with votes internally for the leader of their political party. And then we as Canadians vote for the political party that we want to be in control of our government. So it was a little confusing for the rest of the world when Justin Trudeau was like, I'm going to step down and we're going to have a new person lead the party. And Canada got a brand new prime minister. Because in a lot of different places in the world, if the president or the prime minister steps down, they're not just like immediately replaced with the leader of the party. Sometimes in other democracies, you have to have a whole brand new election. But in Canada, we got a new prime minister. His name is Mark Carney. And he was doing an interview where where a reporter asked him a kind of bad faith question. Like, it wasn't a particularly on topic question. And it doesn't even really matter what the question was. And it doesn't matter what the answer was. So Mark Carney gets this question. It's kind of a bad faith question. It's kind of an off-topic question. So he gives an answer. He actually goes into some detail and gives an answer, which doesn't hide the fact that this isn't what we're talking about, and he's a little annoyed to have to give the answer. And the reporter, very foolishly, very rudely, I guess forgot where he was and who he was talking to. The reporter said, "Oh, so I'll take that as a no." Not the right thing to do in front of a Canadian politician. Mark Carney snaps back saying, "No, you will take that as a very comprehensive answer to your question." And he's right. And he's right. He did answer the question. And far too often when we interact with people, they, as some sort of fucking narcissistic power play, will just completely disregard what you say or what you've given them. It's so inappropriate. I've had it happen with boyfriends as well. Do you remember when I was dating that guy I called the Big Turk? He would ask me questions all the time. He would kind of use me as his personal Google. Hey, why does that dress have that big puffy skirt? Hey, why did that guy make reference to a parade in the 1970s? Hey, why do they count in 5, 6, 7, 8 when they teach dance classes? Like, it didn't matter what the fucking question was. The Big Turk would just ask me these types of questions. And then, it also didn't even matter what my answer was, because he was just waiting his turn to sort of decide whether I got it right or not. Just like that fucking scummy reporter tried to do to Mark Carney. And he called him on it. And he said, no, you're not just going to try to pull your own fucking narrative in front of me. You're gonna listen. Oh, it's so fucking funny. That's great. It's what I like to see in my Canadian politics. Exactly. You should have bought him an Alexa. What, I'm gonna spend my money on a man who's 7 years older than me? This has been one of the most fucking egregious faults of all the men that I've dated. Many of them are like 5, 6, 7 years older than me. And they all very cowardly, very poorly, very, very stupidly like to pretend that like, oh no, we're like totally the same age. And I'm also like a working artist just like you. It's like, you are not a working artist. You are not the same age as me. You are a man who's been like working at a desk job for however many fucking years. Do not pretend like we earn our paychecks in the same way, you sad idiots. So what I did is I just dumped him. Yeah, Vaseline, it's so funny, it's so sweet. I don't even think you realize how wrong you are in what you're saying. Yes, exactly. That like, I'm describing a situation where some idiot man is taking advantage of my good nature. The solution is to not good-naturedly do more work for him. The reality is, you recognize when some lazy, idiotic, worthless asshole is taking advantage of you, and you go, goodbye, and you walk away from them forever. And I did. He sent me this, like, really long, sort of, like, emotional message on Christmas. Just, like, saying Merry Christmas and, like, wishing me the best and, like, I don't know, just, like, a whole bunch of stuff. And I said Merry Christmas back to him, and that was it. And do you remember I told you about my friend Raja, who I met through him? I really liked her. I really thought she was, like, so special and so sweet and so cool. And I just recognized that all of them are just narcissists. That's why they all get along with each other. They all believe that they are the special center of the universe. They truly all believe that they are the main characters. This girl, Raja, who I actually thought was my friend, I couldn't understand why the friendship was kind of falling apart. I thought it was because of him. I thought it was this, that, or the other thing. And then I actually literally like looked at the way that she was speaking to me, and I realized that she has a lot of her own problems. She has a lot of her own issues. And those come out in a way that is really off-putting. That I wasn't really... It's like that kind of thing that you see at the peripheral vision, and that you like smell at the edge of your nose, and that you taste at the end of your tongue. It wasn't the main facet of it, so... She messaged me. Her husband now, they're married. Oh wow, actually that's kind of neither here nor there. They're married for now, I should say. Her husband opened a bar in India, and they were looking for a name for it. And one of the names that I suggested was Day by Day. and she saw like a tea company recently that was called Day by Day. And so she took a picture of it and she sent it to me. And I saw it and I felt nervous because I was like, oh my God, she's talking to me. Like, oh my God, what do I say to her? How do I say this? Felt really nervous. It took me a few days to respond to her. It might have even taken me like a couple weeks to respond to her. But when I did respond to her, I was like, I apologized. I said, I'm sorry that it took so long to respond. I'm not feeling wonderfully, and part of taking care of myself is not responding too quickly to like these messages, but I hope that you're doing well. It was the best that I could muster in that moment for somebody who I was like, I felt really close to you, and then I felt really far, and then I felt really like confused about you, and now you're reaching out to me. And so I was like, I'm just gonna be as truly honest as I can be and just say that like I'm not doing well, I'm doing the best that I can, and part of my healing process is that I might not be treating you as fairly as maybe you feel like you deserve. And then the response that I got from her was really heartbreaking. I didn't even read the whole thing. I read the first sentence and then I felt like a deep disgust in the pit of my stomach. Because what she said was, I still think about you from time to time. And then said other stuff. And I hated it. I hated it. It felt so rude. I don't know why exactly. I guess maybe I felt like she was highlighting the fact that like it made me feel small. I still think about you from time to time. It felt kind of like I didn't watch Mad Men, but there's like a scene in the elevator where the guy says like, despite all these bad things, I still hope the best for you. And the other guy says, I don't even think about you at all. And her saying, I still think about you from time to time, rubbed me really the wrong way. I don't know. I feel like she didn't have to say that. But yeah, maybe I'm being way too like overly sensitive. You're saying that didn't sound that bad. Yeah, maybe it wasn't that bad and I am being overly sensitive and she did nothing wrong and I'm just going through a lot of stuff. That's also very possible and very true as well. This is why I avoid texting for anything but like lists or commands. It is so Vassum, yeah. But also, she's best friends with a guy that I broke up with because he was a terrible, awful boyfriend who made me feel less than in every single way. And so I think I also just can't separate that. There's too many negative feelings there. There's too many negative feelings. I feel too distrustful because my brain can't let go of this idea that the four of us were hanging out, like her and her husband, who was best friends with my ex. So like the four of us were all hanging out. And my ex and I had like a bunch of silly little songs that we would sing to each other back and forth. And the four of us were hanging out, and I think we were on mushrooms and like maybe even drinking. We were having like a bit of a good time. And I looked at he was my boyfriend at the time, and I sang one of the stupid little songs, one of the silly little songs, like, you're my best friend and I love you. Like we used to sing all these silly little songs. Like these songs were like a big part of our relationship. And my ex, thank God he's my ex, but my boyfriend at the time looked at me, looked at his friends and went, what's so weird? Why are you singing that song? And then all three of them laughed at me. And I was just like, oh, this is just elementary school again. This is just elementary school, and each and every one of you is so desperately clinging to your cool guy image that the idea of just being like a little silly or a little like stupid is like an opportunity to heighten your social level instead of an opportunity to actually play on another person's level. So I've never gotten over that. I never got over it. It bothered me so much that all three of them laughed at me because I made a stupid little silly song joke. and it really solidified to me. And then so that's what I can't get rid of with her message. Her message being like, I still think about you from time to time, is just like, yeah, probably just to make yourself feel good, to be honest. Because if you were thinking about me because you cared about me, then I think you would have reached out to me. And so her message saying, I still think about you from time to time, ultimately just smacks of, wow, you're so self-centered, you can't even think about another person without thinking about yourself. That would have destroyed me while stripping. And we were on mushrooms. And can I please also state that she was 4 years older than me? The boys were 7 years older than me. And I know that these are, I mean, I know that it doesn't necessarily make a huge difference, but it also does make a big difference. These people came from wealthy families where they had servants, where they had assistants. They're older than me. They have more money than me. I am younger than them. I'm poorer than them. I have no family. I'm like an orphan. And I have like these rich people laughing in my face because I'm sitting there in my like cheap clothes trying to make a joke. It's not, yeah, I am good. I am better to be rid of them. For sure. It sounds like the worst hangout ever. It sucks because it was really fun. It was like really, really fun for a long time. We did have fun together. But none of that fun mattered because in the moment where I was truly vulnerable, they fucking laughed at me. Those sad, sad people. I also just, I don't know, I think that I also wanted to avoid her because I felt really guilty that my ex-boyfriend shit-talked her wedding so much. I actually, like, I don't even think I can begin to describe it to you guys because the impropriety of it, the rudeness of it, the kind of cruelty of it is so overwhelming. I knew I had to break up with my ex-boyfriend when I listened to him whine and complain and shit talk and shit all over his best friend's second wedding. He was just like, they cheaped out. They was just like so cheap. He just like was so offended that, because like his best friend's family is wildly wealthy, like crazy fucking wealthy, but they didn't like spend a fuck ton of money for this second wedding. And he took it personally. He like took it personally. I was just like, oh my God, I hate all of this. I can't handle all of this is making me so uncomfortable. It makes me so uncomfortable that first of all, they probably spent like hundreds of thousands of dollars, but that wasn't even enough. And all of it is just so crazy to me. I don't know. All of it just made me feel like I didn't belong. You're like an orphan? Yeah, I don't have any family. I don't have a mother. I don't have a father. I don't have brothers. I got nothing. I don't have aunts. I don't have uncles. I don't have cousins. It's literally just me. Like, my emergency contact, if I got hit by a bus and went to the hospital, are my friends who live in the city. Like, and friends who live all over the world. But, like, my family are the friends that I've chosen. And there's lots of people like me who are like, nope, no family, just me. And they usually come from families that they're better being without. Yeah. I'm 3 to 4 years older than my current friend group, and I've never felt the need to laugh at them for being younger or showing some younger person behavior. The wedding was not for him. It's a celebration of the couple. It was so weird, right? All of it was just so uncomfortable. Very othering. I was like, I don't belong here. I don't belong in any of this. I hate this all so much. Oh, Clementi. Yeah, you owe me so much. You owe me 5 gifted subs. Oh my God. How frugally lame. On a second wedding? Yeah, it's the second wedding. And we're your family. Oh, I love that my friends are my family. Yes, yeah. It's the first time subscribing. Welcome to the blanket fort. I'm very glad you're here. I'll send you reverberating with the mighty chair. I'll sing you in, I'll sing you out to you. Where's the mighty shout? Yo, my sub is here, so welcome to my stream. Yay, welcome to my stream. Welcome. I'm so glad that you guys decided to come hang out with me on Monday. Yeah. Oh, I didn't turn these lights on. Oh, I mean, that's okay. It's still pretty bright in here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so glad that I am single. It's so funny. It's like one of the lines in my script today that I'm gonna do in my class later. She's like turning this in this scene, the guy asks her out and she says, "No, I'm single and I like being single." And it's so funny that like I see this line in the script and I'm like, oh, this is how I talk. This is how I feel. And even still, I'm like, oh, how do I act this? Like, how do I act a feeling that I actually genuinely feel? How do I act an authentic feeling? And you just, I don't know, you do your best. It's a process. Oh, I want to share a cool thing too, says Ritus. On Friday, I'm going to a convention. I'm going to be running a booth to advertise my trade school. Ah, I love conventions. They're so exciting. I was so excited for Comic-Con this year. I was so excited for Comic-Con. You guys, I had like amazing cosplays all planned out. And then the guy that I was seeing kind of dumped me. He gave me the like real hard, slow fade out. And then he hit me with the, but like, we're still cool, right? And so that was devastating. I have a lot of difficulty like accepting rejection and not taking it personally. And I took the rejection so deeply that I was like, I don't even want to go to Comic-Con. Like, I actually can't think of anything that I want to do less than like put on an outfit, go out into public, and try to make eye contact with a bunch of random people. I feel like I just would have burst into tears, and then all the people at Comic-Con would have been like, "Wah! Why crying? Is it for happiness? No? Then, it's in 2 months." Oh, I thought, wait. Oh, come on over to my local Comic-Con. That's in 2 months. Oh, sorry, I got so confused. I missed the middle comment right as I was like, wait, this Friday? But 2 months? Exciting, exciting. Yeah, no, you should go to your Comic-Con and then tell me about it. I'm gonna go to Fan Expo that's going on in August. Fan Expo is also bigger than Comic-Con apparently, so I'm very excited. Well, like all the cosplays that I planned, and then also the days that I was going to go, it was kind of like cold and rainy anyways, and August will hopefully be really like sunny and warm, so it'll be even better to go in August to Comic-Con. Sorry, to Fan Expo rather. I forgot to ask, how did your acting class go last week? You guys, it's so wonderful. It actually feels like a fucking TV show. Like, it feels like Community. Because the makeup of the class is very Community. Where it's not just, like, a bunch of young white women like me. No. There's, like, a young Asian girl. There's like, a French woman who's about my age. There's, like, this big, gigantic, tall Egyptian man with, like, a thick Egyptian accent. There's like these like older people who kind of like gravitated towards each other. I was like, oh my gosh, this is great. And then also normally this class has like 12 to 15 people in it, which is a lot of fucking people. That's a lot of scenes to get through. But this class has like 6 people in it. There's me, the French girl, the Egyptian guy, the older woman, the older man, and the Asian girl. There's just 6 of us. And so that's amazing. It's just like, it literally feels like we're getting 50% more class time, paying the same amount. It's an amazing fucking value. I'm so excited. Yes. Oh, so the class was really, really good. Yeah, we did a scene. The girls got one scene and the boys got another scene, and we filmed it, and we filmed the scenes, and then, and then they sent us our scenes to rewatch, and the number one thing that I noticed in my scenes on camera is that I hold a lot of tension in my jaw, in my neck and throat, and in my shoulders, and in my face. And so I'm so grateful. I had a physiotherapy appointment last week, and I was talking about the tension that I noted. I was like, oh, there's so much tension, and like the minute that I get a little bit emotionally activated or like intellectually aroused, it's just like that tension kicks in, and I got this like very unattractive double chin. And she was like, do you want to know what might take care of that? And then she came behind and she was like feeling and like actually assessing the structure of my muscles and the tension therein. She was like, you should look into getting master Botox. So we've known for a long time that Botox has cosmetic purposes, but originally Botox is is medicine, and it is to help with chronically tight muscles. And so, what does TMJ stand for? like terribly muscly jaw. Anyways, I've been grinding my teeth since I was a fucking baby, basically. Exactly, you can get Botox for migraines, you can get Botox for tight jaw muscles, and yeah, when my physiotherapist was, it's tendomandibular joint disorder. TMJ is the joint between the ear and the jaw, yeah, and it's like, what feels, to be perfectly honest, terrifying, is that if you were able to reach through the TV and actually like touch my jaw, touch my like neck around my ear, it's tight. It's tight, it's hot. As my physiotherapist was feeling it, she was like, holy Christ, girl. Oh, she's like, do you feel how tight it is on this side? She was like, in particular, this muscle right here going down the side of the neck. She's like, do you feel how tight this is? And I laughed. I said, bitch, no. No, I fucking cannot. You have such nice teeth. It would be so hard to guess that you grind your teeth. When you get up close to them, you can tell. When you get up close, you can really tell, yeah. I do have a beautiful mouth of gorgeous teeth, and I'm very, very lucky that they like came out like this. I'm so excited because like really my fingers are so crossed that I will be cast in a period drama. It is my dream. It is my dream for people to look at me on television and think and feel, she has no idea what a cell phone is. This girl has no idea what a cell phone is. It's what I want. I want you don't know what a cell phone is face. And I hope that I have I don't know what a cell phone is face. I dream of it. My dream is to be cast in like the Canadian version of Downton Abbey. The disorder is due to bone-on-bone contact where there would normally be a small bit of cartilage that helps the movement. Interesting. I don't know if I can feel the bones touching. I can definitely feel like unbearable chronic tightness in this section of my body on both sides. It's awful and I hate it. And so my physiotherapist recommended a dermatologist's office. My physiotherapist was like, girl, you are on camera. You have a job that puts you in front of people. If you are going to be getting Botox, you must be getting it done through dermatologists because they are going to be the ones who are not only going to be taking care of you medically, but also taking care of you aesthetically, which is very important. That like, I medically don't want my jaw to be tight, but I also want my jaw to be loose to help deal with this double chin issue, which is an aesthetic issue. I'm not gonna die from double chin. So she recommended a wonderful dermatologist office, and like I'm very excited to go to them, mostly because I love my physiotherapist so much. She was very excited. She was like, these guys are amazing. She got Botox for her migraines. So a very, very similar reason. It's not like a cosmetic Botox, because the truth is if I go into a cosmetic surgeon and I go, I want cosmetic surgery, they might even be like, for what? Like, what? But if I explained to them that I would like master a Botox for my chronic tension in my jaw and neck and shoulders and face, she's like, they're gonna do you just right. They're gonna do you just right, not only because they have like the medical understanding of the layers of muscle, but also because they understand the play that these layers of muscles have on your skin, on your aesthetic. Yeah. Botox, steroid injections help increase the space, basically, but normal treatment has to be repeated on a semi-regular basis. So this is what my physiotherapist was saying. Number one, she's like, I'm so happy. Every time I go to her, I can tell that she is delighted with my progress. Because something that can happen, which can be really, I think this is why dentists are kind of the most miserable people on the planet. Something that can happen when you have a job, which is like, you see your customers repeatedly, you can kind of notice the people who are not getting it. You can notice the people who, no matter how many times you tell them to floss, they're not flossing. You can tell the people who are like, no matter how many times you tell them to stretch, they're not stretching. And you can't hide that stuff because these people are keeping like detailed notice of your progress. And it feels really, really wonderful. So like 2 sessions ago, I went and I sat down and she felt my neck and my shoulders and she was like, oh, it's tight, girl. It's tight in here. It's really, really tight in here. And then to be honest, felt ashamed. I felt ashamed. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I'm tightening all these muscles. I must be doing something wrong. And then I accepted that I didn't do anything wrong, but wrong things were done to me. And I'm carrying that in my body. And in that moment with my physiotherapist, it is not my responsibility to undo the wrong things. It is only my responsibility to accept that the wrongness was done. And to do that without compounding shame on top of that. And so that's the internal sort of mental journey that I'm going on while she's like jamming her fucking thumb into my neck and like rotating my arm and like tugging on stuff. I'm just like, the only thing I need to do is to feel the wrongness without any shame or judgment, but with the acknowledgement of its validity, and then breathe. And then what's really interesting is that I always feel great after physiotherapy, but it's not the next day that I start noticing any difference, and it's not the next day that I start noticing any difference. It's like 3 to 4 days after physiotherapy that all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, I can actually breathe deeper, and I'm standing up a little bit taller, and my shoulders are laying a little bit flatter. Okie dokie, yeah, it's kind of slowly, really slowly happening. It's very exciting. It's very sad. It gives you that sensation of positive disintegration, though, where she came around to my left side, and I was talking about how, like, yeah, my left side is, like, my sinister side. My left side is my, like, unknown side. My left side is my black hole side. And I think it's because there's been a lot of physical trauma on my left side. You guys remember me telling you about how when I was, like, 5 or 6 years old on Christmas, my father shoved my mother to the ground with me in her arms, and she landed on my leg and this foot over this whole ankle, just like if I hadn't been wearing my snow boots. My father would have probably broken my leg and maybe like broken my mother's tailbone or her hip or something. But by the grace of God or whoever, I was wearing my snow boot and I wasn't permanently damaged in that way, but the damage is still living inside my foot. Like, I literally can't take a step without subconsciously feeling my father's violence and my mother's victimhood living inside my body. And when I was 10 years old, on the last day of school, I broke my arm on the left side as well. And my neglectful failure of a mother didn't even pick up the phone. It wasn't her day to have the kids. I think technically I was supposed to go to my father's house that day. So no matter how many times he called her, because I was laying on the side of the road bleeding with a broken arm, she didn't answer the phone because it wasn't her day with the kids. Her ex-husband can answer the phone. So eventually, like, my dad came to pick me up and drove me to the hospital. But because my dad was such a neglectful, abusive monster, he was so terrified. My father was just like gripped with the most intense fear he could ever imagine, because he believed that the minute I was alone in the room with the doctor setting my broken arm, I was gonna look at the doctor and say, my dad's abusing me. And so, like, my father, instead of taking me to the doctors and worrying about, like, oh my God, my kid's arm is broken, my dad's just sitting there going, this is gonna be my last free moment as a free father, because the cops are gonna come and they're gonna throw me into jail because I've been abusing the shit out of this girl, and now she's gonna tell a fucking doctor about it. It was very confusing for me as a kid, and then really, really devastating for me as an adult, because my mother felt a lot of terrible guilt and shame, because when she eventually did pick up the phone and hear what had happened, she was like, holy shit, my kid's arm is broken. She's been in the hospital for the past like 5 hours, and now she's like just reeling in pain in the filthy hoarder house of my ex-husband. My mother felt so guilty. She couldn't even really like interact with my broken arm. She didn't get me physiotherapy after my cast came off. I didn't even imagine my father would have the capacity as a alcoholic to know that a child would need physiotherapy, but my mother wasn't an alcoholic. My mother should have known that I needed physiotherapy after getting my arm broken. But her own, you know, failings as a parent, her own terrible inability to be a mother, it didn't even occur to her that when a child has a broken bone, they need physiotherapy afterwards to recover from the broken bone. You don't just like whip off the cast and say, out into the world you go. So my physiotherapist was working on my left arm, and she's so sweet, she's so kind. She gets it. She has empathy, because she thinks and she feels things that she doesn't tell me until she can see that I'm ready to hear them, which is literally the best thing you could ever hope for in a therapist. She felt the tightness, because this arm is made up of 2 bones, and you guys are probably gonna know the bones better than I do, because I don't know nothing about bones, unless it's a penis bone. So there's 2 bones, and then there's muscles in between. And because this arm had been broken and set, and there was no physiotherapy, the muscles in between these 2 bones were locked in like rigid trauma. And she could barely move. She could barely, and I can even still feel the tenseness of it. Like, this is swollen. This shouldn't be here. I can feel the hotness of it from my muscles unnecessarily tensing all the time. The tension in my shoulders, the tension in my neck, the tension in my jaw, all of this is unnecessary. And it was so wonderful and so comforting when she had my arm in her hand and I was explaining, I broke that arm, I never got physiotherapy. She said to me, I can undo this in 1 session for you. It is just that easy. And it felt so wonderful. It didn't even occur to me, because I had kind of felt that there was a window of opportunity for healing. Sorry, I'm gonna cry right as I truly believed, because my trauma told me, that there was a window of opportunity for healing, and that I was so far out of the window of opportunity for healing that possibility, that opportunity was gone and dead forever because of neglect, because of abuse, because of trauma. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it that in the hands of a professional, she's able to confidently and truly say, the window for healing is here and now. You've actually never been more ready to be healed. And you will be. Because it's here and it's happening right now. It felt so good. And so like I'm starting to feel that like there's still so much tension. I can feel the hotness of the muscles. I can feel there's like a special word for when you chronically tense muscles and then they bulk up as a result. It's like what's gonna happen when I get the master Botox. My face is gonna maybe slim down here, which might make me look older. Because right now I have this sort of like chubby-cheeked roundness to my face, which is actually making me look younger, but I don't want that. That chubby-cheeked roundness is like the muscles underneath. It's not actually chub. It's like tight, unhappy muscles under there. Yeah, scar tissue can build up after traumatic injury when healing, and the result is less range of motion. It's part of the importance of physical therapy. It's all this. There was a lot of medical neglect going on. That I feel like if I didn't realize that these people were in a prison of their own minds, I would want to put them in prison for how viciously they neglected their own children. It's great to know that you have a plan at least. Oh my goodness gracious. It's more than just a plan. I have actually found a way of life. The most recent Studio Ghibli film that came out is called The Boy and the Heron in English, but I really love the original Japanese title, which I believe is How to Live. Because the story is about a young boy who, like, I feel like a lot of young boys and a lot of young people has no idea how to live. How do you live? How do you live? Like, how do you actually live a life when there are these hulking Goliaths of corporations taking advantage greedily of our very nature, our sadness, our vulnerability? How do we live when we feel so disconnected from the very people around us who we must rely on to keep us alive? And especially, how do you live when there is evil in the world that you will never escape? There is this video on Reddit that I didn't even need to watch because I already know what it was going to say. And the basic premise of it is that it's becoming harder and harder to genuinely treat depression because we have legitimate reasons to be depressed by. In the past, there was a blissful happiness that you could discover through gentle focus. The difficulty is that once you start gently focusing using your mind, you start realizing that we're in a very, very scary place in our humanity, and that we have good reason to be depressed. Yeah. Okay, let's take our break. Yeah. Maybe you guys can find that Reddit video. You could watch it. You could, it was a lot easier in the past when the reasons that people were depressed were amorphous. But it's a lot harder now because we have good reason to be depressed. A disgusting drug addict Nazi idiot is hanging out in the White House playing with silverware. You should be depressed by that. That should give you a sense of dread and foreboding that is legitimate and important. You should not try to move away from that feeling. And that's why I think the new way that we must start dealing with depression is not about just making you feel better. It is about making you feel a little bit worse as well. You gotta feel a little bit worse. We need to be angry, disgusted, enraged, and vulnerable. When we watch that, it's just a nightmare. He's so high and he's so stupid. And he's so gross. I can get behind being high and stupid. I love high, stupid people. Harold and Kumar go to White Castle. Jay and Silent Bob doing all this Beavis and Butthead. There's a lot of people who are very high and very stupid, and I like them very much. But they're not gross and they're not cruel. They're never gross and they're never cruel. On the plus side, new girl crush is Vivian Wilson. Vivian Wilson is the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. She's got like Rapunzel long hair. She's like real tall, real pale. And she has the unfortunate existence of being Elon Musk's like child. Not really though. She's better off without him. I love her. She's sexy, she's beautiful, and she is the moment. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go take a little break. I'm gonna BRB. You guys are gonna be here when I come back, because I demand it. Oh, hello. Yes. You're here, I'm here, and my butt is on Instagram. And that's what's most important. And that's all that really matters, is that my bum is on Instagram. It's a good bum. I posted a great bum for you on Instagram. I hope you enjoy it. These shorts are awesome. I like these shorts. Everyone should buy these shorts. My shorts on my body are skin tight. My shorts on my body are skin tight. If you buy these shorts and you put them on, they're supposed to have ruching on them. But the ruching is only possible if your fat, thick ass isn't, smoothing out all those ruches. And mine do. Damn right, thanks. I'll like it as soon as I can. Yes, yeah, go enjoy my daily butt picture. It's a great butt. It's a great butt. You should enjoy it. I'm trying to shrink my shorts. Hence the run I just tortured myself with. Get them nice and shrinky shorts. Shrink your butt. You're trying to shrink your butt. So you're going for a run. You don't want a big butt? I love a man with a big butt. I do. Can I tell you guys something crazy? Okay, so this weekend, had a good weekend, had a great weekend. Did all of my favorite things. It's all very good. I don't remember exactly when last night I decided it was bedtime, but I really did, and I got into bed. I was really happy to get into bed. I was like, you had a really, really good weekend, and tomorrow's going to be fun and exciting, so I actually went to bed with excitement for today. And oh, lucky number 13, welcome back. Leafy was here. I dreamt last night that the poet was in bed with me. I had the weirdest dream. It was it kind of felt like it was really happening. That the poet was in bed with me and that he and I were talking about why the relationship didn't work and why it wouldn't work. And then in the dream, I was able to sort of recognize that it was a dream. And I thought, wait a minute. Yeah, this is never going to work out between us for so many reasons. So what are you doing in my bed? And he was like, I'm not in your bed. This is a dream. And then I woke up. And then I lifted my head off the pillow, but in my dream, my head had been in that exact position, but my eyes had been open and I had been talking to him. But then I opened my eyes and I sat up and I was like, oh my God, he was literally just right here. And I got the closure talk that I really wanted. And I got the fucking closure talk that I wanted, where he said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. And you were right. You recognized that right off the bat, and I didn't. And yeah, do you know the episode See Me Now of Bob's Burgers? It's the one where Teddy fixes up a boat and he's trying to show his ex-wife how great he is now because he fixed up this boat and his life is going really, really well. But the whole point of the entire episode is that it's are you really doing that great? And are you really over that person if you have to show them how well you're doing? Because this is the thing. The poet and I stopped talking about a week ago, actually exactly a week ago today, which was really difficult. And how do I feel now, 7 days later? If this was me 2 years ago, I would have texted him today. I would have texted him today to let him know that I was okay. I would have I almost even did it this weekend. I thought about doing it this weekend. When he and I had started seeing each other in January, he mentioned that when we started seeing each other in January, the first time he came over, I saw how happy he was when I said he could drink my blood orange San Pellegrino. He was so excited, and I was like, oh, he really likes a fun drink. He loves cracking open the can and having a fun drink. And I feel the same way. I feel it's kind of a dessert or a treat or something. I really like it. So I bought a whole bunch of like fun, different flavored, unusual sodas for him and stocked up my fridge for him so that when he would come over, we could share these like fun drinks together. And the last time that he came over, the last time that I saw him, he opened the fridge and he saw the drinks and he closed it and he like stopped everything. He stood in front of me and he said, "V, this is my love language. You're saying I love you with these and I appreciate it so much. I can tell that you didn't just get random sodas just so I would have something to drink. Like, you put thought into this and I appreciate it so much." And for me, I'm like, oh, I just love doing this. I just love like if I know I can make somebody feel happy and comfortable and relaxed and give them a little treat, I feel like I get that present as well. I love it. Maybe it's selfish, maybe it's just my nature. It felt so fucking good. It felt so wonderful for him to recognize that, because I really felt like he had also been doing things and saying things that were to make me feel like I was seen and appreciated. But then that all evaporated so quickly. Like, really, really crazy how fast that all evaporated and how quickly he just like took me for granted in his life and then was just like breadcrumbing affection and ignoring me and like kind of pretending like I'm not real. I don't know. Yeah, I'm so grateful that I had that dream where I got to talk to him and feel like I got a sense of closure, and I'm glad that I gave it to myself, and I'm glad that I don't feel like I need to reach out to him ever again. It's interesting, your subconscious is trying to give you the talk with him that you didn't have. And I think the only way that my mind would have given me that ease is if I had consciously decided I'm not going to, like, I'm never going to have this conversation. And it's like, it unlocked that part of my imagination that's like, good. Well, now that you've put away the energy that you could have used imagining what it would really be like, we're gonna give you exactly what you deserve, which is like what I wanted. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not messaging him too. I can just see exactly how easy it would have been to like fall into a pattern of forgiving all of his really hurtful shortcomings because of all the hard stuff that he's going through, while simultaneously using all the hard things that I'm going through to try to make myself a better partner. It's just like, okay, so I'm definitely not gonna date somebody who's going to use the same circumstances that I'm living in as an excuse to treat me badly. I don't think so. I would have also relapsed into the relationship that I know wouldn't have worked a few years ago, but I'm glad that I was strong enough to deny their attempts re-adding me to get back to me on social media. Yeah, right, it is the right thing to do. And it's difficult because, and I have no problem if you end up doing this. Like, if you end up messaging them and talking with them and reconnecting with them, that's not a failure. That's not a failure. That shows, oh, hi Ian, welcome back. That shows that you have a resilient spirit and that you are a kind and generous person. It means that you are able to change. And that's beautiful inside of you. It doesn't mean that they're able to change. And we definitely shouldn't just like assume that just because time has passed, that people are changing at the same rate that you are. It's been one of the scariest and worst things that I've noticed as I've gotten older, is that each and every one of us are given the same amount of time, basically. And a lot of us will try to make an effort to show that we're all using it so well. And many people, just like I was saying, how my physiotherapist is really delighted that 2 weeks ago when I went in and she felt my shoulders and neck, it was so tight. It was so thick with muscle and with trauma and really hunched shoulders like that. It was really bad. If I hadn't been doing yoga every single day, when I went to my session last week, she would have felt my shoulders and been like, yeah, it's the exact same. It hasn't changed. And that would have been that stagnation. That would have been that fucking, you are your own worst enemy. You need some Chick High Bardo. You gotta get some fucking ego death going on because you are the one who is stopping yourself. But I'm so grateful that I'm not stopping myself. At least not today. At least not at this point in my life. And it's okay to watch yourself stop and relax in the past. But you can't let yourself just like sleepwalk through your life. You really cannot let yourself sleepwalk through your life. And I don't know how to wake people up out of their sleepwalking, but a lot of people are. A lot of people are sleepwalking. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. It's awful. It feels so terrifying, and the poet was like, oh, you really apply, like, whatever book you're reading, you really apply that to, like, everything in your life, which, again, was a really sort of, like, unfair, shallow assertion of who I am. The fact that I had been reading, like, a few books about trauma and then recognizing that trauma doesn't mean that I do that with every book I've ever read. I definitely have read, like, Pride and Prejudice and fucking Gone with the Wind and stuff, and I wasn't, like, seeing these characters everywhere and experiencing it everywhere. It's different. But there is a connection. There are definitely connections to be found between the stories that we read about in books and the lives that we live every single day. And maybe reading. Maybe, oh my god, maybe it's literally just that fucking simple. Technofire, yes, thank you. You can't read in a dream. You can't. You could pick up a newspaper in your dream and you can see writing on the front of the newspaper in your dream, but we cannot read in our dreams. And I think a lot of people will be able to tell, are you sleepwalking through life? Well, do you read? Can you read? Can you sit down and read a book? No? Then you might be sleepwalking through your fucking life. I feel like it could just be that fucking simple even. Are you awake or are you asleep right now? Well, there's definitely certain things that people will say, I can't do this because I'm asleep, even though they're looking at you with their eyes open. Don't let yourselves fall into that habit. To be honest, I'm also glad that I didn't re-add them, because I've basically got confirmation that yes, they are narcissistic and they wish to have control over me because we have a shared space, we play games together. The week before, they said they were thinking of me. I acknowledged it, but I didn't say anything more. And after that, I've not heard anything from them. They didn't even show up for the weekly game this weekend. Yeah, just ignore them. And also, I'm like, we gotta stop talking about them. You need to stop noticing these things about them. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but like, you get to just like not notice that they didn't show up. Because you have better things to notice. I've read in my dreams, says Righteous Authority. Oh, okay, cool, yeah, and I sucked John Hamm's fucking dick. We can just say whatever we want and it doesn't make it true. Some people think the answer to all their problems is reading a book. I don't think a single person believes that either. Again, you guys are just saying nonsense. That's not true at all. I've never met a single person in the whole entire world, except for religious fanatics who are like, everything is in the Bible. And in which case, then, I read... I'm too busy sucking John Hamm's dick. I'm so sorry, I can't even. Will do. I need to forget them. Yeah, you do. Mostly, Rightus, because... like, it's been a week since the poet and I have broken up, absolutely. You've been talking about this friend for months. You're obsessed with them a little bit. Do you recognize that? That, like, I've been going through this with, like, multiple different people. Like, I went through this with the Big Turk, and you were like, that's just like with this friend. I went through it with Stretch, and you're like, that's just like with this friend. I went through it with the poet, and you're like, that's just like with this friend. And I think you are still a little obsessed with them, too. There's a lot of different ways that you can... but you should sever yourself from them because they still have like such a strong hold over you. I'm actually a little taken aback at that huge paragraph that you just wrote about them, to the point where I'm like, Rightus, forget about this person entirely. They're making you a bad version of yourself. And like, they're still manipulating you even if you're not getting closer to them. Do you know what I mean? You're still framing a lot of your and actually to the point where like, do you consider any of these other people in your friend group your actual friends? Oh, you've been talking about different people, different groups, you're just not differentiating between any of them. Okay then, so then let's ignore like this person then, because I guess like you are having the same thing where it's a lot of these different people do the same thing. What do you like about this friend group then? Mostly because I feel like I hardly ever hear about the good stuff that you're doing with this friend group. And also, you haven't like even mentioned any of the other people in the friend group in the nice ways that they're good. Sorry, this person's chat's being really annoying. You're an idiot and I don't want to listen to your words. Goodbye. Oh. Oh, Twitch. Yeah, just like very, very annoying and stupid with everything that he's saying. I think it's interesting people often come into my stream and they hear my like stream of consciousness and then they go, oh, so this is just like where we just say random bullshit? All right, random bullshit, go! And it's like, no, you're just a fucking idiot who doesn't know how to listen. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Then how come in some dreams I'm able to see words that are in text? I mean, no offense, my dude. But you're just dreaming. You're just dreaming. The reason that you can't read in dreams is because there's no paper in front of your eyes to read in a dream, you stupid idiots. These guys are like, wait a minute. If I just imagine words, I know what those words are. That's reading. No. Your own thoughts are not reading. You can't just sit in a chair and think and go, I just read a book. Which is why in a dream, you cannot read. You just cannot read. Your eyes are not reading in a dream. There's no reading in a dream. You can look at things and you can know what they say, but that's not the same thing as reading. I saw your Severance reference on Instagram. I mean, I'm wearing purple today, which is the combination of red and blue, which are the iconic Severance. Anyways, that's okay. Don't worry about that. I did watch the season finale. I did. Yeah, I'm gonna write my first novel in this chat. Yes, it's exactly how people are treating it. Hell, Yasmin, where's your Aladdin? Okay, yeah. Jasmine's wedding outfit is purple. Yeah. Skydor. What's good? What's good? Reminds me of Quagmire saying he's going to listen to music and starts just playing the song in his head. Yeah, right? I need to differentiate more again. I play games with some people. So, like, here's the thing, right, is I don't think you need to differentiate more. I think that in my conversations with you, your perspective is often trained on the person who is doing you wrong. And so it gets to the point where it seems like you're just butting heads continuously with the same person over and over again. And I play games with some people from Ash's community. I hang out more with my trade school friends, and we talk more privately. I give them names. I think that's so funny, right? Is that, like, I've been using nicknames to describe people for years, and you're just like, if there was some way that I could tell you about these people without giving them the real names, it's like, maybe you could just give people a nickname, and then we would all know, like how I do. But right, is, again, what I'm trying to get to the crux of is that, like, I'm aware that you have lots of groups of friends that make you feel happy and seen and supported because they're your groups of friends, and I know that you can make them. What I'm worried about is that for a long time, it's also because I'm going through it as well, and so I'm bringing it up and I'm sharing it with you, and you're sharing reciprocally. So this is for me to hear and also for you to hear. We really need to stop. We need to stop framing our existence in relation to the people who are trying to do us wrong. They're going to exist forever. They're always going to be there. Absolutely. They're inconsequential. And they're inconsequential in the way that we don't need to worry what their story is. And I think that's what it is. That big paragraph that you just wrote me, was really telling me about their story. This is what they did, and then they didn't show up. And I don't care about that person. And it alarms me that you're giving them a story where they themselves can't even see their own story. They just think they're the main character and that you should be playing along in their story. And in a way, we are. We are, by giving them this fucking narrative that they don't deserve, that they aren't even putting the work into themselves. Oh, I get it now, yeah. And again, not that having these interactions are bad at all, but the framing of it is so important. So I think I would have loved to hear that paragraph as they tried to make contact with me again. I felt disgust and I didn't respond. And then I was happy to notice that they didn't come to the next hangout. That is reframing their actions from your perspective and your feelings. In which case, then I can get on board with you. And I can be like, oh, I know those feelings. I know that feeling of disgust, and then that feeling of relief when they didn't show up. But it's interesting that the way that you told the story was from their perspective. Well, they wanted me to acknowledge them, and then I acknowledged them, which is like, fuck what they want. Fuck their feelings. Fuck that. Fuck all of that. And then they didn't show up. Yeah, good. Who fucking cares what they did or didn't do? How did it make you feel, Ritus? And I think you deserve to feel relaxed and happy that a person who is not being nice and kind to you isn't around you. Oh, welcome. Okay. Jedi is your first time subscribing, and also Matt got traps. Oh no, Matt go traps. Like traps? Trap muscles? The trapezoidal muscles? Or like a bear trap? Hello and welcome. So both of you guys get the song. Are you ready? Welcome to the blanket fort. I'm very glad you're here. I'll send the air reverberating with a mighty cheer. I'll sing you in, I'll sing you out. To you I raise a mighty shout. Yo, yo, my sub is here, so welcome to my stream. Yeah, Ritus. I think you are so naturally adept at being empathetic. Close that door. Close that fucking door. You see people's feelings and perspectives so clearly. And you give them a narrative, and they don't deserve it. They don't deserve any of that at all. It's so crazy to be like, this is a beautiful thing about you, and I want you to do it less. But it's like, I was thinking about the scene that I'm working on for the acting class tonight. And as I was going over it, I was like, okay, so like, I come in and I start the scene, and then I realized that I was like, oh, you're smiling. My smile is great. Like, my smile is great. But that doesn't mean that I should be smiling the whole scene. No. No. That smile is really, really great. Maybe I should, like, pick the moment where I do actually crack the smile. Yeah. Oh shit, I forget myself, how I feel in that situation. Yes! You frame the situation as the actions of them and you, which is good, which is really, really good. You're seeing the actions, and then the next layer of it is, and what does that make you feel? Because your feelings are the most important element of these situations, which is, I guess, why who these people are doesn't matter, and why I got really worried that it was all the same person over and over again that you weren't able to, like, get yourself away from. We all are running into this same person over and over and over again. And the way that we can recognize that, like, oh my God, it's the same person again, is they make us have the same feeling. I remember when I was dating the Big Turk, I got this, like, flash in my mind that he was making me feel like how my dad made me feel when I took out the garbage wrong. Like, my ex-boyfriend would be like, hey, why do they shear sheep like that? And I would say, oh, well, because sheep have been genetically engineered to continuously be producing wool. We want sheep that produce the most amount of wool all the time, so you have to shear. He would just dismiss that and be like, that's not a good enough answer. And I should have recognized that in that moment, I'm feeling dismissed. I feel like I put effort forward. I made an emotional bid by giving my thoughts and feelings on whatever topic was given. I don't even know if that's true, what I said. But it doesn't matter. I tried. And my effort is being dismissed. And that was exactly how my stepdad and my father made me feel growing up. Like, You took the garbage out wrong. You threw away a perfectly good plastic bag. I just, like, it's so shocking. There's like an important technical term for moral slippage. And I forget exactly what it is. I feel like I just read about it in Careless People by Sarah Wynne Williams, the former like international policy director of Facebook. She was writing about how in corporations, mission creep, maybe? She's talking about how in corporations, although, like with Facebook, the motto of the company might begin as connecting people in a more open world, getting to what you believe is that mission statement can sort of like skew what you're morally comfortable with doing to get there. And it happens in relationships. It happens in so many relationships where you're like, I do allow myself to be treated this way by this person. And so I will allow my romantic relationships to treat me this way as well. And my boss at work to treat me this way. And my friends to even treat me this way. Zodiac says, so you basically can't handle criticism and you blame everyone else? This chat is an example of projection. This person has had an overwhelming feeling to listening to me speak. And when simple-minded, emotionally immature people become overwhelmed, they often will just project onto another person. I was projecting a little bit onto Ritus a little bit, but I caught myself in it and recognized that I was saying this to him, but I'm also saying it to me. That I also frame myself as, like, how are these people trying to hurt me? And what are the actions of the situation rather than the most important thing, what do I feel? Mission creep is the gradual shift in objectives during the course of a military campaign, often resulting in unplanned long-term commitment. Is this the definition? Oh, military campaign. Oh, geez. Okay, well, the military aspect is a bit confusing. Edgewalker says, I guess mission creep is the other way, where you feel morally justified in one area and it expands into another which is not necessarily justified. Oh, God, who knows now? These are complicated things, and it's okay that we're not nailing it. This person's comment says, ah, yes, you are so mature. Look at all the toys. Like, look at all the toys in the room. You're so smart to recognize that I am very pretentious and mature. I'm definitely not framing all of these conversations and my whole life from the perspective of, and I'm learning just as much as you are. It makes me feel so happy how easily triggered stupid people are by me. It's excellent. It means I'm doing something right. I guess it's like Stockholm Syndrome applied to other people. Gorilla, I don't think Stockholm Syndrome's a real thing. I think that what people call Stockholm Syndrome is probably more accurately like a type of trauma bonding. But then the difficulty with it is that, like, what happened in that Stockholm hostage situation, it was like such a specific and crazy fucking thing. It's not like very often in hostage situations, but it does describe trauma bonding, which is this person seems powerful to hurt me, but also powerful to protect me. If I behave well, hopefully this powerful person will use that power to protect me and only sometimes maybe use that power to hurt me. That's trauma bonding. That's the cycle of abuse, which is terrible. Terrible. We must be aware of it. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the bits, baby. Oh no, it's Matt Got Raps. It's not Matt Go Traps. It's Matt Got Raps. Like mad rapping skills. Neat. I love that. T-Pain's a follower. Yeah. I love a good freestyle. Sometimes I do freestyle rap. It helps me get my thoughts out. There's so many fun chatters today. Wow. He's all rap, no trap. Miss V, I know very little about you, but I've seen a few solid take clips, and I am here. Can you break down in thorough detail your entire moral compass? It should only take 45 to 90 minutes. Oh, fuck. I just want to eat Nutella. And I think that each and every one of my decisions that I make in my life is to just like lick Nutella off of a spoon. I don't think I've ever made any other conscious decision in my life other than Nutella yum. Spoon go in jar, spoon go in V. Yum, yum, yum. I don't even want to have sex anymore. I've had like some real good sex. And I'm a little bit like, you know, I'll take the Nutella. I'll take it. Oh, she's over sex. I mean, I had this like really, really excellent sexual connection with that guy. And then everything just like got so bad so fast. The poet literally sat me down and was like, hey, my ex tested positive for HPV and I just had sex with you without a condom on. So you might have HPV, V. Like, he told me that and I was like, okay, if that's what's going to, I understand what you're telling me. I also just got tested and I'm good, so I don't have it. But like, thank you for telling me. But he told me that and then he just pulled away real hard. Like, he told me that, I was cool about it. I was like, that's okay, this is something that we're gonna deal with together. And he still was like, I'm not gonna talk to you basically all weekend and then pretend like we're totally cool on Monday, right? Like, you're an asshole. You're an asshole who put me through undue pressure and stress, and then on top of that, added more undue pressure and stress. You're an asshole. Oops, oh no, the ball. Isn't testing for that kind of hard? It's not hard, it's very easy. You just get a pap smear and they're pretty standard. The difficulty is that like 70, like 75% of adults in North America will get it or have gotten it. My last pap that I got last year, they were like, oh my God, we need to do another one because it might be HPV. And I was like, oh my God, here we go. I'm gonna have to deal with this. Okay, here we go. And then they were like, wait a minute. Did you wear a tampon within 5 days of getting the pap smear? And I was like, yes, I did wear a tampon within 5 days of getting the pap smear. They're like, oh, never mind. It's just that. It's just tampon. It's not HPV. So did you cut him off after that? You should tolerate being an asshole. I did. Like, he told me that. And then he just kind of vanished for the whole weekend. And then when I pointed out that, like, you stopped talking to me for days, I noticed that. And now you're telling me it's because you were having a bad time, is like, this is high school level. This is just like high school level. The way that adults go through it, because you're right, Ian, I do believe that he's not having a good time. And what he and I had established as responsible adults is that if we're not feeling well, we express that to the other person so that they know what's going on. But he didn't do any of that. He just kept me in the dark. He didn't say, I'm having a bad time. I'm probably not going to talk a lot this weekend. In which case I would have been like, take your space, King. Take your time. I'll do the same. None of that happened. He didn't extend me that courtesy. Because, like, he's in survival mode. He doesn't have a ton of courtesies to extend right now. But the reality is, I can't be with somebody who's going to be like, I'm allowed to be rude because things are going badly. Because things are going badly for me, and I'm not allowing myself to coast on being rude because of it. If you tell me that I'm being rude, I'm going to listen to you. I will trust you as a friend, as an intimate partner, as somebody that I think has a worthy perspective. But, like, there was no reason for him to not just say, I'm having a tough weekend. I'm gonna need some me time. It would have been all the difference in the whole wide world if he had been courteous, at the very least. The bar is in hell, people. The bar is so low. I lack the hardware to understand how that can cause a false positive, but that's crazy they didn't ask that before the test. No, I think they did ask before the test. I think they do say, like, when was your last period and all that stuff. I think it's just often that in, like, the medical field, the person who's doing the test is not the person who's collecting the sample isn't the person who's doing the test, isn't the person who's contacting you. So there's, like, things that can be lost in translation. Sorry, Belle. Hey, Belle. She's really barking. Hey, Belle. Go to the kitchen. You're a bad dog. Go to the kitchen, bad dog. The communication is key, okay? Yeah. He had told me that he had, like, stopped texting one of the girls that he was talking to and that she had taken it really bad. And I told him, I totally get that. I hate that. I don't usually feel bad if somebody, like, doesn't text me back, like, in a goodly time. That doesn't usually matter to me. But being ignored for days is different. I mean, not hearing from somebody who's like, oh, I want to have sex with you and I think you're special to me for days. I mean, that's actually like not okay. This isn't just like a friend. I'm totally fine if I message my friend and I don't hear from them from a couple days. I'm not having sex with my friend. I'm not, like, going on dates with my friend. That's something different. And that person I do need to know about, like, hey, how is your day doing today? Because you're my sex partner and my friend partner and my romantic partner. It's more special than that. How do people not know how to communicate? That's a good question. It's almost like it's the most complicated thing that we do, and it is the complicated thing that we do that separates us from the animals. I'm going through something similar, says Appendix. I find myself sympathizing for them, but I think you're right. We don't need to stand for it. It's absolutely right, Appendix. Like, I recognize that the poet is going through a really, really hard time. I don't think that he's sitting on a big pile of privilege and being an asshole. I don't think that at all. But I can also recognize that you going through a hard time is not bringing out the best in you, and I don't deserve to deal with the worst in somebody. I didn't do anything to deserve that. I don't need to stretch myself thinner and farther for somebody else. I need to work on keeping myself happy and whole. The bad dog immediately going to the kitchen makes her a good dog, and I posit she was never a bad dog to begin with. She's never been bad a day in her life. People expect others to read their minds but hate explaining the situation. That's kind of what it felt like, Gorilla. That, like, when he messaged me on Monday and he explained, he was like, I had a really hard weekend. I just needed to take some space for myself. In many ways, I was like, I know, like, I can tell, but also, are you relying on me reading your mind instead of just communicating that with me like an adult? How many days? He texted me on the Saturday morning a couple of things, kind of just like, oh, okay, what are you doing today? Have fun, I guess. And then he didn't message me back at all on Saturday and didn't message me at all on Sunday. And then on Monday, like a dog with his tail between his legs, he was just like, hey, I hope your class goes well. And it's like, Monday morning would have been, if he wasn't able to tell me, like, on Saturday or on Friday, I think I'm gonna have a bad weekend. I think I need a weekend to myself. If he wasn't able to do it then, that's okay. That can be really hard. Being able to anticipate your own bad feelings is quite difficult. But then on Monday morning, he had the opportunity to be like, hey, we didn't get to talk this weekend. I hope you didn't feel like I was avoiding you. I was having a bad weekend. I was going through it. If he had said that instead of just trying to gloss over the fact that I hadn't heard from him for like a couple days, I think I would have been a lot more understanding, a lot more compassionate, and probably a lot more tolerant of him treating me poorly. So maybe it was a blessing that he fucked up so obviously. Yeah. And then on top of that, he showed up in chat. And then he showed up in chat and tried to join in a conversation that I was having with my chat. Like, everything was cool and normal. And like I hadn't just spent the previous 48 hours being like, oh, I guess like you just don't want to talk to me anymore because I didn't do anything and you're not telling me what's going on, but I just need to like sit here and accept that even if I wanted to talk to you, that's not in the cards. Doesn't matter what I want. Yeah, that was so odd of him. Was not his best choice. Was not his best choice. I often worry that I like inspire people to make bad choices and that it's my fault somehow. I'm not that powerful. I'm really not. I'm really not. It's not me. It's really not. Aw, Tiru, I'm not talking about you. Shows up at your workplace during an awkward time is like such a classic move. His explanation was also just that like he really did hope that he could just like slide right back in, like pick up where we had left off kind of, without acknowledging that like he had kind of left off at all, which is uncomfortable, unrealistic. It's just not how I want to operate. Immature. Like, it's just immature. Anyways, happy spring, even if there is baby snow in certain parts of Canada. We're almost 2 months away from summer. Try to enjoy the season for earlier discussed. 2 months away from summer? Whoa. Oh, whoa. I mean, okay, but we're close to summer, yeah. It's a very spring-like, very spring-like. Just stick to writing letters. You'll never get disappointed. Assume they died in a war or something. No. I can see what will happen with him. I know what will happen. He will meet a beautiful black girl, and she will make him feel like he's being very, very good because he's a white guy. And he will be like, if I dedicate myself to this beautiful black woman, people will automatically think that I'm being a good person. There it is. There's his future. Oh, thank you for the bits. It's summer here. Tigger, shut up, you California fuck. You bastard. Just reach out and grab an orange. Imagine adults having adult conversations rather than avoiding, like, emotions and confrontation. Right, Tiru? It's so weird. Or just, like, imagine somebody making the, like, thoughtful decisions instead of just, like, pulling the bait and switch. Because that's really what it felt like. He made such an effort in the first, like, month and a half of us talking to really, like, hammer in that he's an emotionally intelligent, present, good guy. He, like, really went so far above and beyond being like, I'm a communications person. I'm a therapy person. I'm a listen to your partner kind of person. I'm here for you person. And I was like, okay, good. Wow, good to hear, good to hear, good to hear. And then he's also the exact same kind of guy to be like, oh, I'm just not going to talk to you for a couple days, and then you're going to be cool with that, right? And it's like, no. No, no, no. I got on my knees and I sucked your dick. I think you get to send me a happy Sunday message, whether you're in the mood or not. Oh, he lied in the interview, basically. Write us, whether he intended to or not, he hit every single marker of a narcissistic and a person in a relationship. He started out by being incredibly charismatic, very curious about me, and incredibly charming. He won me over with his stories, his poetry, his attentive messages, good mornings in the mornings, good nights at good night. He started out wonderfully to pull me in. And then once I was getting pulled in a little bit closer and closer, he started pointing out ways that I could improve myself. Maybe if I didn't post such sexy pictures of myself, I'd find a better man. Ooh, maybe I shouldn't, like, apply every book that I read to every situation that I get into. I don't know. Just, like, these things that I was like, what are these pieces of advice based on, buddy? And then he started breadcrumbing affection, where I started hearing from him less and less. And then and then it felt a little bit like gaslighting, like when he showed up in chat just to like create a like little conversation with me on camera in front of all these other people. Like, do you really want me to pretend like you just didn't talk to me at all for the past few days in private? Okay, the picture argument is a self-roast. I know, right? I was like, well, you swiped on me. with my, like, apparently whorish photos. He dressed for the job that he wanted. If not clear, this is a clever double entendre. He told me how important it was for him to bring his friends to Muay Thai. He was like, it's really important to me that, like, I share this with my friends. And then he told me that he cared about me, like, even as a friend, even beyond the sexual things. And then he, in the same sort of breath, was like, but you can't come to Muay Thai. And it was just like, so you're drawing me in with one hand, and then you're shoving me away with the other. I'm just very confused. And that feels like gaslighting, where it's like, I shouldn't be confused. I shouldn't have to, like, exactly how Ritus was doing with that person a minute ago, create a narrative of what this person is doing to try to understand them. It should just be obvious what's going on. It should just be obvious that if he and I had a connection, and that connection was based on real mutual understanding, that we would have continued to mutually understand one another and connect. But we weren't connecting. There wasn't a mutual understanding. We were getting further and further apart from each other somehow. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. So long, and thanks for all the cum. Damn, what are you showing in those pictures? I know, right? I know. Like, nothing. Like, literally nothing. And next time you'll be more cautious. I think I'm just, like, I'm dating myself now. Just really into dating myself. I'm really looking forward to my birthday this month. Oh, not this month. My birthday next month. You guys, okay. So, when I was a professional Disney princess, I met a magician. And for my 35th birthday, I'm gonna ask him to come to, like, perform at my birthday. I'm gonna, like, go to a restaurant, like a nice restaurant. I'm gonna invite my friends, and then I'm gonna be like, this is a magician who's gonna do magic for us for my birthday. I'm so excited. I'm very, very excited. His name is Pickpocket James. I follow him on Instagram. You guys should follow him as well. I'm very excited for my I have to book him. I have to book him for my 35th birthday party. And I'm just gonna lose my shit. So get this, I met him when I was a professional Disney princess. And then years and years and years later, I quit being a Disney princess. I'm just, like, living my life. I met this guy through an exercise class, and he and I went out on a date. And we went on a date to a magic show. And it was the same magician. And the craziest part about it is that I walked up to this guy, to the magician, and I had met him when I was a professional Disney princess. I was, like, dressed as Rapunzel when I met him. I walked up to this guy, and I was like, oh my God, there's no way you're gonna remember this, but you did. And he was like, are you the princess? He recognized me and remembered me, which makes me feel, like, really confident that he's gonna wanna do my birthday party. I'm so excited. I'm really, really excited. Oh my God in heaven. It makes me feel so happy. I've been single for years, and it feels hard finding people who are authentic. I don't know if I'm jaded or just have realistic standards. My mother used to tell me that finding a good partner takes 3 important elements. You need to be the right you, which means you're able to be mindful. You're not thinking about ex-partners. You have your own goals and your own dreams and ambitions that you are actively working towards. You need to be the right you. And they need to be the right them. They also need to have a healthy head on their shoulders. They need to have a good connection with their mind, their brain, and their body. They need to have their own dreams and goals that they are actively working towards as well. And those 2 things are basically impossible, to be perfectly honest. Like, how could any person get themselves to that state of readiness in this fucking society when things are so terrible and crazy all the time? And then there's a 3rd element on top of that, which means it needs to be the right time for both of you. It's basically like hitting a bullet with another bullet, fired out of a moving train, fired out of a fucking jellyfish. You know what I mean? It is really, really hard. Some people are intensely lucky, but most people are just willing to settle for something that isn't good for them. And so you get to decide, are you going to settle for something that isn't good for you, or are you going to choose what you know is good for you, even if it hurts? Make the good choices with me, guys. Make the good choices with me every single day. Okay, last break. BRB. Okay, hello, I'm back. Marissa, why do you say that the right you is 18 months away? What's happening in 18 months? Are you finishing school? Are you getting a new horse? What's going on? Why can't you be the right you? I mean, there's lots of things that stop us from being the right us right now. But also, like, the thing that my mom said about, like, you need to be the right you isn't, that's just your choice. Do you, and you get to choose. You get to choose. And another one of the things that the poet said, which I felt like was kind of rude and not appropriate at all, is that he told me that he questioned whether I should be dating people or not, because I'm going through a hard time. I went off SSRIs this past fall. I spent the whole winter coming back to my senses after being on antidepressants, and then realized that, like, wow, the things that happened to me in my life are severe and awful. And grappling with that is really difficult. Most people aren't also, like, add to that by trying to go on dates, but if we wait until everything feels right to do these things, we're going to be waiting our whole lives. There's never going to be that perfect helicopter landing pad in front of you made just for you. Yeah, we get to decide that I'm not perfect right now, but I am the right me for what I know I want to do. And it's date me. It's definitely not date other people right now, but yeah, I feel like putting a time on when you're going to do better and be a better you is counterproductive because you're, like, throttling yourself. The truth is, if you learn how to be okay with where you are today right now, then you can sort of give yourself the comforting knowledge that you'll be okay with yourself in the future, even if things go wrong. It's my Florida lemon. My Florida lemon. Hello, Florida lemon. So glad to have you here. Yeah. I think I am the right me. I think I feel comfortable and happy and confident that anybody would be excited to have a relationship with me. But just because anybody would be excited to have a relationship with me doesn't mean that I'm right to be in a relationship with just anybody. That's the difference. There it is. And so, yeah, I'm gonna be like way more picky. It's so easy because I like being liked. It's so easy to be able to be like, oh, you like me. I'm just gonna stay with you in the comforting safety of your adoration of me. But now I'm recognizing that a lot of people will just use I like you as a way to manipulate you. It's not because they actually recognize the super sweet, wonderful, excellent things inside you. And, like, that's the thing that I'm trying to figure out with the poet. Because he said all of this stuff. He, like, said all of this stuff that, like, Stretch also said, where he was like, you're so smart, V, and you're so beautiful, and you're working so hard, V. And I was like, oh, wow, you're really seeing me for me. That feels so wonderful. Were they really seeing me for me? Or were they just saying these things because they knew that that's what I wanted to hear? Ugh. That's why it's important to say it to yourself so that when somebody else says it to you, you don't get that feeling of like, oh yes, finally. Instead, you get the feeling of, fuck yeah. Took you long enough to figure out. 23 years in a body that feels wrong makes it really difficult to be like, yeah, I'm okay with me. Marissa, I had a feeling, without being too specific, that I was like, are you waiting 18 months so that you can feel affirmed in your gender? Because gender is a fucking production. If you know who you are on the inside and you're like, I have been a woman my entire life, but I haven't been able to dress like the woman that I want to be, you're still you. You're still the right you, even if you can't dress like the way you want to dress. It's actually a distinctly, universally womanly experience to not be able to dress the way you want to dress as a woman. That's basically how every single woman on the planet feels, regardless of like what sex they were born or what their body was like when they were born. Their experience is womanly in that it's like, I don't want to wear this. And other people, men and women alike, say, well, women have to dress this way. Or, well, women can't dress this way. It's like, fuck off and let me just do what I want with my body. Yeah, people will lie. It makes my life really annoying because I'm an honest person. If I really like someone, I really like them. The world sucks. The truth is, Jay Chosen, it's not that these guys were just lying and manipulating me because they're all nasty, awful people. I don't think that's true. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. The truth is that, yeah, maybe they did see the truth in me because there's truth in them that they could recognize and it was real. And then I also think that's not enough. It's not enough just to recognize the truth in another person and be like, wow, you're a good person. It also takes energy and effort and choice. And basically the number one thing that the poet repeated to me over and over and over again was that he was never going to choose me. That if he was given the opportunity, if he was given 5 apples and I had 0, he would keep all 5. That's basically what he was telling me over and over and over again. I invited him to go see a movie with me and he said, no, I'd rather just go work out at my gym. I invited him to come to Comic-Con with me and he said, no, I would rather be comfortable sitting alone in my house. I invited him to the sex club with me and he said, no. He didn't even really give me a good answer. I didn't even press for it. Well, at least he was honest. Yeah. And it was very repulsive. And I guess that's good. It's the importance of honesty. Yeah. Manipulators make it hard to reach true people, each other. That's very true as well. It's so difficult that, like, being hurt can make you feel ashamed of how broken you are, and then that shame can keep you from trying to make new connections that would actually heal you. Oh damn, I would have come to Comic-Con. Thank you, Ian. A comforting answer. I do wish I could just have long hair that doesn't get tangled. That shit gets in the way all the time and forms massive heavy knots so fast. Do you have fine hair? Do you have thick, fine hair? I would recommend, if you're not already, taking omega-3 fish oil. I've noticed that's made my hair much stronger, and with my hair being stronger, it's less prone to the tangles. And then hair oils. Like, if your hair is getting really, really tangly and really, really knotty, it could be because it's especially dry. Dry hair knots up much faster than moisturized, like, oily hair. When your hair is like really moisturized, when your hair is oiled up, truly, if you have fine hair like I do, that's also quite dry, you have to really oil it up. You have to like over oil it. You might even, it's like, oh, I'm a greasy bitch. And then 6 hours later, you're like, oh, never mind. Now I just have like bouncy, healthy hair. I didn't realize how dry my hair was. And that's what was keeping it short and tangly. And I was literally breaking it off at the ends. And now it's like, it's so long, it's so thick, it's gorgeous. What sex club, out of curiosity? Toronto has many sex clubs, but as a Twitch streamer, I can't tell you what sex club I'm going to because then you might show up at it and that might compromise my safety. So just pick one. Go to all of them. You'll find me anywhere. I'm at every sex club. If he really liked you, he would have gone even if he didn't want to. You know what's crazy, Danny? I disagree. I disagree. I think he just should have come because it would have been good for him. All those things that I was inviting him to are things that I enjoy, absolutely, and are things that I very stupidly wasted time on being nervous about doing. Like, not really going to the movies, but like, it's just, all of it was just so disappointing. It was just also disappointing. I was just like, wow, there's really no way for me to connect with you. Beautiful girl offers the guy a trip to the movies and he says no, and then she ups the stakes even better with activities. He says no. And then there's my life. I'm gonna go cry now. I'm sorry, Jay Chosen. You're totally right to be upset about this. Yeah, I'm like offering so much affection and love to somebody who obviously doesn't want it. I wasn't aware there are sex clubs in Canada, that's all. I mean, there are sex clubs in every single country on the planet. Are you really like, what the fuck? Do you Oh my god, wait till he finds out that people are having sex in bedrooms all over the planet too. This guy sounds like he likes men. He was definitely not interested in, like, actually being with me. He was really, really into the idea, I guess, of, like, fucking InvaderVie. I disagree, says Kite Karma. No matter how much I like a girl, I'm not gonna do things that fall outside my values for her. And that's really the thing. Like, I wasn't, and that's the thing. If I was asking him to do something outside of his values, I would have no problem with him being like, no, I don't want to do this. I'd be like, yeah, absolutely. But all the things that I was inviting him to are things that I felt like he would really enjoy, because I felt like we had gotten to know each other. And then he just, like, kind of was like, no, I wouldn't enjoy any of those things. Why would you even ask me? And then, to be honest, I don't know why I feel this way, but I started getting the feeling that even me asking him was inappropriate. Like, even making the emotional bid was wrong, and I shouldn't have done that. He sounded like a friends with benefits, not a boyfriend. I think he definitely just wanted to be friends with benefits. And I thought that meant we're gonna slowly get closer and closer and work up towards, like, a more intimate boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And no, he meant, like, no, I just want to take advantage of you. Yeah. Oh, looking lovely today. Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Jarrett Richie. I went to the sex club, says Righteous Authority, with my girlfriend, and I met a woman that I believe was a stripper, and that led to my first three-way. Oh, why would you think she was a stripper at the sex? Like, was she working, or? Because that's, I don't know anything about that. That sounds weird. The employees at the sex club definitely do not have sex with the people while they're working. But also, I'm like, yeah, strippers can enjoy sex clubs too. Why wouldn't they? Yeah. It sounds like somebody that checked out personally. Yeah, Bear Claw. I think that's a great way of putting it. I think that's a really, really good way of putting it. That's what it felt like. It felt like he was... I mean, to be honest, he made a bunch of bad decisions. He decided to stay in a sexless relationship for years because it was comfortable. And that's bad. That's obviously not good. There's a cost for that. And so staying in a not good, not satisfying relationship is bad for you. But he really wanted to pretend, like, because he made the right choice in staying in it for so long, that he wasn't negatively affected by it. And then he was really negatively affected by it, and he was like, oh, it was a codependent relationship, and, like, it's a terrible habit that a lot of my relationships are codependent when I'm in a bad spot, and it's just like... Oh, okay, have fun dealing with all that then. Have fun dealing with all that then. I thought you wanted to, like, hang out with me and, like, have sex and have fun with me. But you're, like, you're just way more interested in being, like, a victim of your own choices. And now he's, like, got this really, really terrible financial strain, which is, it's just such a huge mistake. I don't know why he did this. He gave his ex-girlfriend basically all of the furniture and everything inside their house. And then he took on the financial responsibility of paying for the entire house. Like, on one hand, I'm like, yeah, that's good. You bought a condo, but you bought a condo thinking that you were going to live in it forever with this other person. You were both going to be contributing to it. And then instead of being like, oh, okay, well, now that you're not living here, you're going to have to... Like, this girl, I don't understand why he let himself be taken advantage of so deeply. This girl, like, went in, bought this house for this, like, huge amount with him, and then just decided, she's like, nope, I don't want to do this anymore, and now she just gets off scot-free. She's not, and he's responsible for the entirety of it now. He's just taking on the whole thing now. And so, something that he, like, mentioned enough that I was like, this is another thing that's going to end this relationship, is that he was like, I can't miss work. Like, I really need to focus on work. And, like, work is the most important thing because work is what's going to pay for my house. And it's just like... this is too much house for you right now. Like, this home is stressing you out. It's great that you have this like big, beautiful, expensive condo in Toronto and it's wonderful, but you bought it with the thought that it was going to be a house for 2 people with 2 stable incomes, and like his ex stopped working and he was just supporting her and him both financially for that whole year while she was trying to get into school. And now, so basically he just was like a doormat to this girl to his detriment. And now I guess I kind of feel like he just took it out on me in the little small ways that I let him. Wow, yikes. It makes me feel like I'm so grateful that the only long-term relationships that I'm trying to recover from are with my family, which like I have no choice in it. I didn't choose my family. She had his nuts in her purse, as they say. It's just wild to me that like, so he was with this girl who he wasn't having sex with, and she was like, I want to quit my job and go back to school. And so now you are going to financially support both of us while I just do that. And he did, and he fucking did it. And then she got into school, left him holding the bag, like literally just left him entirely holding the bag. I feel really bad for him. I do. I feel really bad for him. I would never want to be in his position. That would feel terrible. I would feel really, really trapped. And no wonder I wouldn't be a good version of myself in that trapped situation. Are you gonna come? Come here. Oh, nope, she's gone because it's feeding time. Okay, guys, great stream. Happy Monday. Thank you for hanging out with me. I had a great day chatting with you guys. So fun about all the good things. Yeah, now I do think he sort of put his troubles with that girl onto you. Yep, that's definitely what it felt like. A programmer I know, says Sam Dog, tried gardening. He wanted to get rid of some weeds, but he didn't have root access. It's so funny because it's true. Not being able to choose what family you are born with really is crazy. What do you mean I don't get a say? And how many shelves are thrown at me? Oh my god, so many shelves. Oh, thank you, Jaeger. Thank you, 3 months to Sam. Oh my god. Sam Dog, you got 3 months of a gifted sub. Oh my god, so exciting. Jaeger, so nice of you. Thank you. Oh, that counts too. That's on the leaderboards. That's amazing. Yay. You guys, okay, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll tell you all about my acting class. I'm very excited for my acting class tonight. But I might try to take like maybe a little nap or like maybe play a little bit of Breath of the Wild to like sort of turn my brain off before I go back into performer mode. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait to tell you all about it tomorrow, okay? Who shall we raid today? Who shall we raid today? Oh, this is a great song. Bass Trade's on, Greek's on, Ashley's on, Andy's on. Oh, so many good people on. I love Ashley. You go hang out with Ashley. Oh wait, I clicked Andy. Oh, never mind. I clicked the wrong, whatever. Go hang out with Andy Milanakis. I accidentally clicked Andy instead of Ashley. You know what? Glasses, sexy voice, hilarious attitude. Tell me what ways they're not the same. Okay, have a good rest of your day, everyone. Yeah, they both start with A. Yeah, you go tell Nepter. Andy Milanakis, if you guys don't know this, Adventure Time is one of the most iconic cartoon series that has come out in this century. A phenomenal TV show. In one of the best episodes and one of the best introductions to a character ever, they create Nepter the little robot. Nepter the little robot on Adventure Time is voiced by none other than Andy Milanakis. He's a famous actor, guys, in one of my favorite TV shows. Yes, go hang out with Nepter the little robot. Bye, guys.